Chapter 232. The departure of the MOD trio naturally meant that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially come to an end. The farce between the strong practitioners had finally come to an end. Everyone gradually realized that the seemingly calm and peaceful savage ancient city was secretly surging with turbulent undercurrents. Unknowingly, the savage ancient city had already been divided by two large factions. On one side was the Alchemist Association, which belonged to Xiao Yan's faction. Of course, this was merely on the surface. With people like Elder Xian and Zhou Tai, the Alchemist Association's true strength had long surpassed the Alchemist Association of the past. Additionally, with Xiao Yan's terrifying talent in alchemy, the golden signboard of Xiao Yan's Emperor Tier Complete Pill, there would likely be an endless stream of independent alchemists who would come to join the Alchemist Association. At that time, the Alchemist Association's strength in the savage ancient city would be even more terrifying than it was now. After the MOD trio's figures had completely disappeared, Zhou Tai also withdrew his domineering aura. He walked over to Xiao Yan's side and chatted with the three of them. After which, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian once again appraised the Emperor Tribulation Pill in front of the countless number of spectators. This result was naturally within their expectations. After the joint appraisal by the two elders, the Emperor Tribulation Pill that Xiao Yan had refined was undoubtedly an Emperor Tier Complete Pill. If this answer came from Gu Li's mouth, perhaps the spectators would be skeptical. However, after the two super faction representatives, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian, said it, everyone had no choice but to believe it. It was impossible for the Alchemist Alliance and the Union Pavilion to fake it. Even Zhou Tai and Elder Xian could not do so. After all, they were currently representing two factions and not themselves. When this answer sounded once again, it was no surprise that the stadium, which had been completely silent because of Zhou Tai's overbearingness, suddenly erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Compared to MOD, Xiao Yan's victory caused everyone to be even more excited. Immediately, Zhou Tai turned around. With a wave of his large sleeve, an overbearing force swept out, causing the expressions of everyone present to change instantly when they sensed that aura. The stadium from earlier immediately quietened down once again. Haha, I shall not speak any more nonsense with all of you. Now that old fellow MOD has already scrammed. This Emperor Tribulation Pill has also been personally appraised by this old man. In that case, everyone should naturally have an answer in their hearts. This old man will now announce that the champion of this Alchemist Grand Meeting is Yan Xiao. This time around, after Zhou Tai's announcement, a deafening excited roar immediately sounded in the large stadium. Countless numbers of people's faces as they stood up from their seats, waving to the point where their faces flushed red. They waved their hands, waving the things in their hands. For a time, the entire stadium had Yan Zhaozi's atmosphere. It was no wonder that these people would feel this way. In the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the past, it was basically the alchemists from the ancient savage city who fought for the champion spot. Hence, the hearts of the audience did not feel much hatred for a common enemy. However, this time around, the bet between the two associations had nearly caused Gu Li's group to lose their association. In this way, they had an invisible feeling that they would rather allow the alchemists from their own city to fight until their heads bled in the grand meeting than allow the members of the other associations to strut around here. This was because this ancient savage city belonged to them. The Alchemist Association was something that they had watched grow step by step. The dignity of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association would definitely not allow an outsider to trample on it. Currently, just as everyone was about to return in disappointment, Xiao Yan had turned the situation around in an instant with the attitude of a strong person. By relying on an Emperor Complete Pill, he had suppressed the situation in the stadium. At this moment, his identity was the chief alchemist of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. At this moment, Xiao Yan represented the benefactor of the Alchemist Association, and was also the hero of the ancient savage city. Xiao Yan had saved the Alchemist Association, and protected the association's dignity. At the same time, he had also satisfied the feelings in the hearts of the people in the ancient savage city, who did not wish for their own faction to be invaded by other factions. Now, Xiao Yan was not only the savior of the Alchemist Association, He was also a heroic figure to the entire ancient savage city. After this battle, Xiao Yan's name would be completely known in the ancient savage city. At the same time, Xiao Yan would definitely receive the respect of countless people in the ancient savage city. From a certain point of view, the reputation that Xiao Yan had obtained was not solely based on himself. Although the Emperor Complete Pill was not bad, it could only allow Xiao Yan to obtain the champion spot in this grand meeting. At the very most, it could only exchange for some reputation that he could refine Emperor Complete Pills. When it came to the next Alchemist Grand Meeting, he would similarly be forgotten by others. However, MOD's appearance did not only represent that Xiao Yan had refined an Emperor Complete Pill. Not only was MOD a veteran rank 2 alchemist, he had also come as a representative of Nanlin City. MOD's eventual failure had further enhanced Xiao Yan's reputation. Even though it could not be engraved in everyone's hearts, at the very least, when the Alchemist Grand Meeting was held in the future, these people would eventually recall the young man called Yan Xiao, who had saved the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face, as he heard the waves of thundering cheers that were transmitted from around him. His rippleless eyes slowly swept over the entire place. Xiao Yan was not very concerned about his reputation. However, this kind of scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel a little joy. After all, there was no one who did not like being worshipped and respected. Xiao Yan was no exception. His calm eyes slowly swept across the place. Finally, Xiao Yan's eyes paused on a jade fan on the viewing platform. More accurately speaking, it should be the owner of the fan. Luo Jin. Their eyes met. The two of them did not exchange any courteous words. All they did was smile in their hearts. After which, Xiao Yan once again turned around. He knew that Luo Jin did not wish to expose himself to the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Otherwise, with the eyesight of these Band D experts present, how could they not recognize him? Haha, alright. We can talk when we return. This is not the place to talk. After the grand meeting is over, these people will leave on their own. Let's also leave. Guli also smiled while the few of them chatted. He glanced at the sky and smilingly said to Xiao Yan's group. The few of them nodded upon hearing this. Zhou Tai laughed heartily and took the lead to walk out of the arena. Xiao Yan and the rest also slowly followed behind him. Following the departure of these few people, the Alchemist Grand Meeting, which had been the focus of attention for the past few months, finally slowly came to an end at this moment. Chapter 233. Xiao Yan, Gu Li and the rest were currently standing in a large hall of the Alchemist Guild. As the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting and the hero of the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yan was naturally pushed to the main seat by Gu Li. When the other people present and some of the elders of the Alchemist Guild saw this, they smiled and nodded. In their opinion, given Xiao Yan's current status in the Alchemist Guild, it was reasonable for him to sit there. Haha, not bad. Little brat Yan Xiao, you are able to refine a complete D-tier pill on your first try. Haha, that old brat MOD probably hates you to the core now. Haha. After everyone took their seats, Zhou Tai immediately laughed out loud. His words were filled with disdain for MOD. When his words rang out, the elders of the Alchemist Guild present also laughed together. One of the elders involuntarily stood up and looked at Zhou Tai. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a heroic expression. Haha, given the strength of the few of you, even if MOD is extremely bold, he will definitely not dare to create trouble. After this elder spoke, the other elders beside him immediately smiled and nodded. From their point of view, with Gu Li, Qilin, Old Xian and Zhou Tai, the current Alchemist Guild was comparable to some second-rate factions. Even if MOD had Yen Bing and Old Monster who, they were merely 2 8-star half-martial emperors. On the other hand, they had a total of 3 8-star half-martial emperors. Moreover, there was also Zhou Tai and the other members of the Alchemist Alliance present. How could MOD possibly dare to act rashly? However, when Zhou Tai and the rest heard these words, a solemn expression immediately appeared on their faces. When he saw the relaxed expressions of the few elders, he snorted coldly and reprimanded them. Humph! Confidence is a good thing. However, if everyone had the same mindset as you, wouldn't this continent have long been in chaos? Zhou Tai's furious rebuke caused the expressions of the few elders to change. They originally thought that Zhou Tai would praise them with a smile. However, they did not expect that they would end up with such an outcome. Immediately, they hurriedly lowered their heads and carefully listened to every word that Zhou Tai said. This time, I've stayed in the wilderness for 2 more months. This is my limit. I'll leave in a few days, and Elder Xian can't stay in the Alchemist Guild forever. If the 2 of us leave, who will take charge of this place? The expressions of the few elders immediately became ugly after another merciless reprimand. However, they did not have any reason to refute the former's words. Moreover, they did not have the courage to do so. Zhou Tai's overbearingness and ruthlessness was something that everyone in the ancient savage city knew. If he was truly angry, even Gu Li would not give him any face, much less them. Alright, you guys can leave first. The corners of Zhou Tai's mouth curled. He could not be bothered to say anything more. With a wave of his sleeve, he dismissed the few elders from the Alchemist Guild. When the few elders heard this, even though their positions in the Alchemist Guild were quite high, and even Gu Li had to give in to them, they hurriedly stood up and smiled apologetically when they heard Zhou Tai's words. They did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces, as they swiftly left the hall. When they left, they did not forget to carefully close the door of the hall. When he saw this scene, Zhou Tai sneered and turned his head. With regards to the departure of those few elders, Gu Li and Qi Lin did not say much. These elders were usually a little domineering, but after all, they were the cornerstones of the Alchemist Association. As the president, Gu Li could not say much. Now that they were taught a lesson by Zhou Tai, it was rather to his liking. Old Qian faintly smiled in the face of this. A glint flickered in his eyes, but his eyes never left Xiaoyan. To Elder Xian, the only reason he was sitting here was because of his relationship with Xiaoyan. Although Zhou Tai was now a member of the Alchemist Guild, in Elder Xian's eyes he was nothing. When it came to management, Xiaoyan was still not good at it. When he saw the few people leave, Xiaoyan directly looked at Zhou Tai and smiled as he spoke. Haha, I did not expect Elder Zhou to still be in the ancient savage city. I thought that you had already left. At this point, Gu Li also turned his gaze with a puzzled expression. In his heart, he was also extremely puzzled. Back then, he had personally seen Zhou Tai leave the ancient savage city. Today, he did not expect that Zhou Tai would still be in the city. Moreover, he had appeared at such a crucial moment. Haha kid, you are right. Logically speaking, I still have some matters to attend to and should have left long ago. However, I heard that Elder Luo had stood up for you. This piqued my curiosity, so I decided to return. However, I did not tell you. Ha 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 ha. But it seems that it was a good thing that I did not tell you. Otherwise, that old brat Mod would really dare to behave atrociously in the ancient savage city. When they heard Zhou Tai's words, the 3 of them immediately understood. However, when Gu Li looked at Zhou Tai, there was a gloomy expression in his eyes. From time to time, his gaze would also glance at the badge in Zhou Tai's hand that was suffused with a metallic luster. That was the identity badge that the Alchemist Guild had issued to Zhou Tai. The latter also noticed this, and a glint flashed across his eyes. After which, he casually smiled and casually threw the badge towards Gu Li. Gu Li's hand caught the badge that was flying towards him. His face was gloomy as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhou Tai. He bitterly smiled and said, I did not expect that you have already been invited to join the Alchemist Guild. Zhou Tai smiled when he heard this. His eyelids lowered slightly as he nodded. In his heart, he knew that joining the Alchemist Guild was something that Gu Li had been looking forward to for most of his life. It was a pity that his alchemy skills had stopped at rank 2 alchemist. He had not been able to improve for many years. The minimum requirement to join the Alchemist Guild was to be a rank 4 alchemist. If Gu Li could not reach rank 4 in his alchemy skills, he would never be able to join the Alchemist Guild. As for Zhou Tai's invitation, it was not because Zhou Tai wanted to join the Alchemist Guild. It was because his alchemy talent was too terrifying that the Alchemist Guild took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. When Xiaoyan saw this scene and heard about the Alchemist Guild many times, he could not help but feel curious. He frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Tai and asked with a tone filled with curiosity, Senior Zhou, May I ask if the Alchemist Guild you mentioned just now is another faction formed by alchemists? When Xiao Yan's words came out, the expressions of everyone present, including Elder Xian, changed slightly. Their expressions were filled with indescribable astonishment. They looked at Xiao Yan as if they were looking at an alien. The corners of Gu Li's and Qi Lin's mouths twitched intensely. They had once heard Xiao Yan say that he had just left the mountain. Therefore, he was not familiar with the outside world. However, they did not expect him to be completely ignorant of the Alchemist Guild. He was even guessing what kind of faction it was. Elder Xian's eyebrows were tightly knit together at this moment. He did not expect Xiao Yan to not know what kind of faction the Alchemist Guild was. However, if this was the case, then what was going on with the Dou techniques that only the middle region possessed on Xiao Yan? Chapter 234. After a general explanation from Zhou Tai's group, Xiao Yan finally had a general understanding of the somewhat inexplicable Alchemist Alliance. Xiao Yan had originally thought that the Alchemist Alliance should have been established by a certain faction in the southern region. This was because an alliance was usually formed by two or more different factions joining together. For example, the Sky Mansion Alliance on the Dou Qi continent was formed by many factions working together. However, after hearing Zhou Tai's explanation, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised. This was because the Alchemist Alliance was actually a faction that belonged to the Pill Tower. Moreover, such an alliance was spread across the various large provinces on the continent. For example, the western region that Xiao Yan was about to head to had an Alchemist Alliance. All the alchemist associations in each province were under the control of the Alchemist Alliance. They were layered over one another. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel even more surprised was that these alchemist alliances were not only established by the Pill Tower, but they were also personally managed by the Pill Tower. At least half of the upper echelons of the alliance came from the headquarters of the Pill Tower in the middle region. A superfaction on the continent would actually disperse its strength to the border of the continent, a desolate and barren place, and establish an insignificant new faction. This indeed caused quite a number of people to feel extremely doubtful in their hearts. On the surface, this kind of action was indeed the Pill Tower expanding its own faction, causing it to become even stronger. This might not appear to be a problem, but if one thought about it, with the Pill Tower's absolute ability to gather people, there was no need for them to use such an action if they really wanted to expand their faction. They could simply use the name of the Pill Tower to gather experts from all over. In this way, it would not be long before an endless stream of experts would take the initiative to join the Pill Tower. After all, no one would reject the invitation of the number one faction on the continent. However, from the current situation of the Alchemist Alliance, it did not appear that they were expanding their faction. On the contrary, they seemed to be guarding it. The Alchemist Alliance was scattered across every province on the continent. Adding the alchemist associations in the various cities, it was like an enormous network of factions that covered the entire Yuanwu continent. Although they had recruited quite a number of alchemists, they were ultimately entrenched in one place. They were not like the other factions that wantonly expanded. Instead, they were continuously gathering their strength, just like a huge hidden dragon. Once this hidden dragon came out of the abyss, it would definitely amaze the world. Besides that, the rules of the Alchemist Alliance were extremely strict as well. Those who could be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance were either extremely strong experts or high-level alchemists. Their recruitment requirements for alchemists caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily inhale a breath of cool air. The Alchemist Alliance's minimum requirement was to be a rank 4 alchemist. An alchemist of this level, placed in the entire province, was a figure who played a pivotal role. However, their lowest requirement was already at this level. One could only imagine how high the standards of recruitment for those experts would be. When he spoke until this point, Xiao Yan naturally could not help but have some doubts about Zhou Tai's words. Since the recruitment criteria of the Alchemist Alliance was so high, with his rank 3 alchemist level, it appeared that he did not meet the requirements regardless of whether it was his strength or alchemist skills. Zhou Tai had already expected this. Logically speaking, with his rank 3 alchemist ability, he did not have the qualification to be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. However, there was always an exception. As long as one's talent was sufficient, Forget about this Pill Tower branch. Even the Pill Tower headquarters would be tempted by him. This was the reason why Zhoutai had been specially recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. It was also because MOD, Yan Bing and the rest were aware of this that they had given in so quickly. After leaving the Alchemist Alliance, Xiao Yan bypassed the congested crowd and chose a more remote path. He lifted his eyes to look at the gradually darkening sky. Xiao Yan's straight body finally relaxed at this moment. Xiao Yan had become the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. It could be said that he had shocked the world with a single feat, adding the reputation that he had created in this savage ancient city. The front of the Alchemist Alliance was already surrounded by a packed crowd. The entire front hall of the Alchemist Alliance was completely packed. The weakest amongst these people was a quasi-one-star half-emperor. Moreover, there were 30 to 40 elite half-emperors present. This kind of strength was sufficient to contend with some small and medium-sized factions. These people were all from some of the clans and factions in this savage ancient city and the surrounding cities. Normally, they could be considered as factions that could shake a region. Even the Alchemist Alliance had no choice but to give some face to some of them. However, they had all gathered here today with modest smiles on their faces. They were all warm smiles when facing the ordinary elders of the Alchemist Alliance. However, how could those elders not know that these fellows were all here for Xiao Yan? If it was not because Xiao Yan had defeated MOD in the Grand Meeting and refined in D-tier complete pill, these people would not have hurried over in such a hurry. Even more so, they would not have treated them so humbly. However, what they did not know was that while they were blocking the front door in hopes of seeing Xiao Yan, the latter had already quietly left through the back door. It was impossible for them to see Xiao Yan today. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders as to how to deal with these fellows. He directly threw this problem to Gu Li and the rest. Gu Li and Qi Lin's hearts were filled with helplessness. However, since Xiao Yan had already left, it was worth it for them to brace themselves. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he walked in an empty alley. He extended his hand from under his sleeve. An ancient scroll was quietly lying on his palm. This scroll was the reward that Gu Li had set for this Alchemist Grand Meeting. This was the D-tier pill formula that Wei Yi should have been the one to refine. However, it had now landed in Xiao Yan's hands. Currently, the D-tier pill formula in Xiao Yan's hands and the one he had obtained from He Mu added up to a total of 5 scrolls. Although this number was not considered large, it was likely that Gu Li's Alchemist Association had 1/3 of their stock. The Alchemist Association was after all only a branch of the Pill Tower. It was not easy to obtain in D-tier pill formula. Additionally, the other Alchemist Associations were obstructing them, and they coveted each other. Hence, the number of D-tier pill formulas was pitifully small. Hence, it was not unreasonable to say that Xiao Yan had such thoughts in his heart. After recovering, Xiao Yan kept the ancient scroll with one hand. His body moved and he swiftly flew towards the southern part of the city. Currently, Xiao Yan's name had resounded throughout the wilderness. That inn was no longer safe. If Xiao Yan's guess was correct, there was definitely someone waiting for him to take the bait. Hence, other than the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, the only other place that Xiao Yan could go to in this ancient wilderness city was likely Old Luo's place. In comparison, the natural energy within the ginseng soul world was even richer. For a training maniac like Xiao Yan, it was naturally the best place to go. Once again arriving at this small courtyard, Xiao Yan no longer had the same cautious manner as he did the first time he had come. His body moved and he took large strides into the courtyard. After entering the small courtyard, a wooden door in the inner courtyard blocked Xiao Yan's path. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's footsteps did not pause at all. It was as though he treated it as nothing. When Xiao Yan's body made contact with the door, a circular mysterious energy ripple spread from the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also entered it. Chapter 235. In the sky above a vast dark green mountain forest, the originally calm empty space suddenly spread out circles of water-like energy ripples. An instant later, the empty space once again returned to its original state. A human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out from it. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over this jade-green world. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. He still clearly remembered the promise he had made to old Luo before he had left. That was to obtain the champion spot of the alchemist's grand meeting. Now he had really succeeded. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the jade-green forest in an instant. At this moment, there was a spacious land in front of him. Xiao Yan saw the 32 spiritual guards that he had met before he had left the last time. These people were the cornerstone of the current spiritual ginseng tribe. They had awoken from their slumber with great difficulty, and had managed to catch He Mu being finished off. It was not easy for Qing Mu to give them a break, and allow them to relax for a while. Due to him having left in a hurry the last time, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to them. At this moment, under his investigation, the strength of these 32 spiritual guards caused him to feel that each of them was deep and unfathomable. It was likely that the weakest of these people had reached the Do D class. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he thought of this. At this moment, there were over 30 elite Do D that he had never truly seen in the outside world. If he were to take this lineup out, it was likely that it would be sufficient to sweep through half of the southern region. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. His eyes slowly moved. There seemed to be a couple of hundred people present. From the looks of it, these people should be the other members of the spiritual ginseng tribe. Moreover, their strengths were all extraordinary. After Xiao Yan's investigation, the weakest person was actually at the Dozun class. This spiritual ginseng tribe could really be said to be strong. Xiao Yan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. When those people saw Xiao Yan and saw his black robe, they immediately faced each other and began to whisper to each other. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and some doubt when they looked at Xiao Yan. Was this human kid who was only a half-martial emperor really the person who had killed He Mu? When the 32 spirit guards saw Xiao Yan, they raised their eyebrows and looked surprised. They didn't expect that Xiao Yan would come to their spirit ginseng tribe again, after only leaving for 2 months. When Xiao Yan saw the expressions on their faces, he immediately understood what was going on. Other than the incident with He Mu, there was nothing else that could make them look at him with such strange expressions. Sigh, Xiao Yan sighed softly. Just as he shook his head helplessly, and was about to walk around this group of people, a well-built and handsome young man walked toward Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw the person who had come, he raised his eyes and looked over. Then, he was stunned for a moment before a relaxed smile appeared on his face. This man's name was Qing Feng, and he was also one of the 32 spiritual guards. Moreover, he was one of the 3 leaders of the 32 spiritual guards. In the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, he could be considered an important figure. During the 3 days of rest last time, the two of them had become friends. Haha, brother Yin Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. Your name has spread like wildfire in our spirit ginseng tribe. When the two of them looked at each other, the young man laughed mockingly at Xiao Yan. When the latter heard this, he shook his head with a wry smile and shrugged helplessly. He didn't say anything. Xiao Yan had expected this outcome. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little far-fetched for him to kill a former origin sect expert with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor. This man obviously knew that Xiao Yan's purpose for coming here was not to chat with them. Therefore, he stopped joking and went straight to the point. Brother Yin Xiao, you've come here to find Elder Luo, right? When Xiao Yan heard this, he nodded and smiled. This was indeed one of the reasons. However, his ultimate purpose for entering the spirit ginseng world was not just to find Elder Luo. Haha, in that case, why don't I lead the way for you? Our spirit ginseng tribe is different from other places. This place is densely covered with spirit trees, and the pressure of heaven and earth is different. Although you're an alchemist, it won't be easy to find Elder Luo here. When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled faintly at Qing Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly walked in a certain direction under Qing Feng's slightly puzzled gaze. Qing Feng's words were correct. The spirit ginseng world was indeed different from the outside world. The pressure of countless spirit ginseng trees existed in this world. They supported each other, causing the spirit ginseng world to be filled with an extremely tyrannical pressure. If an ordinary half-martial emperor was here, it would be very difficult for them to do so. However, Xiao Yan was after all an alchemist. His spiritual strength already exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after refining and swallowing He Mu's spiritual strength, With Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, there was hardly anyone below a rank 3 alchemist who could compare with him. Therefore, although the spirit ginseng world was special, Xiaoyan could still search within a radius of 1,000 miles. Fortunately, Elder Luo's location was within Xiaoyan's search range. Moreover, under Xiaoyan's search, not only did he discover Elder Luo's existence, he also discovered another person. This caused the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth to curl into a playful smile. When Qingfeng saw Xiaoyan walk around him and walk into the forest, he couldn't help but frown. However, when he noticed the direction Xiaoyan was heading in, his expression instantly changed. This was because Xiaoyan was heading in the direction where Elder Luo was. This fellow. Qingfeng's eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyan's back. He didn't know what to do for a moment. It was hard to imagine how Xiaoyan could find Elder Luo's location so easily in the spirit ginseng world. Could it be that the cultivators in the outside world were already so powerful? Although he was extremely surprised, Qingfeng's judgment was still a little subjective. The cultivators in the outside world weren't so powerful that it was unimaginable. In fact, most of them were weaker than the spirit ginseng tribe. The reason why Xiaoyan was so powerful could only be attributed to his own hard work. There would only be returns if there was effort. Xiaoyan's strength was directly proportional to the effort he put in. Therefore, it was inevitable that Xiaoyan was powerful. Xiaoyan paused his footsteps while Qingfeng was in a daze. He turned his head around and looked at Qingfeng with a warm smile. Haha, brother Qingfeng, didn't you say that you would lead the way for me? Why are you standing there? Let's go. After Xiaoyan finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before he shook his head helplessly and hurriedly followed. Chapter 236. At a glance, one could see that there was an ancient quiet wooden house within the lush green ginseng spirit world that entered one's sight. The wooden house was surrounded by a thin green fog. Looking from a distance, the entire wooden house was hidden within the thin fog. It was vaguely visible. Adding the cover of the forest, it caused this entire forest to reveal an extremely mysterious aura. The lush green grass outside of the wooden house caused this place to appear even livelier. A green stone table that was made from natural green stones was accompanied by a couple of cups of tea that had a faint tea fragrance. This allowed one to know that there was actually someone existing in this seemingly desolate forest. An old man wearing linen clothes sat on both sides of the green stone table. The corner of his mouth contained a smile as he lifted a cup of fragrant tea. His skinny finger gently swirled the tea in the cup. His gaze looked at the white-clothed young man opposite him as he opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. Are you prepared to refine that thing? The old man poured the tea in the cup into his mouth as he spoke. His eyes looked steadily at the young man opposite him. The latter smiled faintly when he heard this. His white hand was slowly extended. It was likely that even some women would involuntarily feel envious when they saw his soft skin. However, the old man was indifferent to this. He was old and would not bother about such things. He was only concerned about the future of the young man in front of him. The young man's tender finger rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A glow flashed in his hand in front of the old man's eyes that were filled with surprise. A piece of green-colored emerald-like jade slowly appeared. The old man's turbid eyes in front of the young man immediately brightened the moment the jade appeared. His eyes carried a satisfied expression as he looked at the young man. He nodded and laughed. Not bad at all. A heaven imperial jade essence that is over 3,000 years old. With this, you will be able to break through to the Do D class within 2 years. The young man in front of him nodded slightly after the old man's words sounded. However, the old man frowned in the next moment. His turbid eyes stared at the heaven imperial jade essence as he asked in a somewhat doubtful manner, "What is it?" However, from the looks of it, there should still be the heaven imperial demon flower, right? Yes, indeed. However, it has already been refined by Yin Xiao. The young man smiled and opened his mouth after the old man's words sounded. His eyes did not contain any dissatisfaction. One would only be able to obtain more if one was not greedy. Otherwise, if one's eyes were to be blinded by the small profit in front of him, it would be difficult to avoid falling to the word greed in the future. The old man involuntarily laughed when he heard this. His finger played with the teacup in his hand as he softly laughed. Hee, this little fellow is really someone who is unwilling to be at a disadvantage. With a soft chuckle, the old man exchanged glances with the young man in front of him. Then he slowly turned his gaze and looked at the forest that was filled with a thin layer of green fog. I wonder what kind of expression he will be. Come. Leaf. By himself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan's somewhat teasing words were emitted from his mouth the moment he appeared. Old Luo softly reprimanded him when he heard this. He curled his mouth and said, "Stop trying to flatter me. It has only been 2 months. What kind of changes can this old man have? You, on the other hand, have you obtained the champion of the alchemist's grand meeting?" Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He gently rubbed the tip of his nose and exchanged glances with the young man beside old Luo. Only then did he open his mouth and laugh. Hee, old Luo, is there anything that you do not know about in this ancient wilderness city? Tch. Old Luo once again laughed and scolded when he heard these words. He was too lazy to be bothered. The young man beside him also slowly stood up at this moment. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was also looking at him. Haha, brother Yin Xiao, how have you been? It is unexpected that we have met at the alchemist's grand meeting. We have met again so quickly. Haha, indeed. However, this has also confirmed the suspicion in my heart. Brother Luo Jin and old Luo do indeed have a deep relationship. Xiao Yan also had a faint smile on his face. Clearly, he was not surprised by Luo Jin in front of him. In reality, Xiao Yan already had some suspicions in his heart 2 months ago. Old Luo also smiled when he saw the indifferent expression on Xiao Yan's face. Luo Jin's face revealed some surprise. From the looks of it, the Xiao Yan in front of him was much sharper than he had imagined. Xiao Yan once again smiled when he saw the expression on Luo Jin's face. He faced Luo Jin and laughed. The Union Pavilion can be considered a powerful faction in the entire southern region. When I first saw it, I had already sensed that there was a restriction placed by an expert who was not below the Do D class within the Union Pavilion. When I first met you in the Union Pavilion, the strongest guardian of the Union Pavilion was merely an 8-star bandit, Elder Xian. I'm afraid that no one would believe that there were no other experts. Luo Jin involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he spoke until this point. He did not expect that Xiao Yan had already noticed this point from then on. The appearance of old Luo has coincidentally helped me confirm this point. The most important thing is that his surname is also Luo. Although Xiao Yan's words were simple, it was easy to understand. Luo Jin could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He originally thought that he would be able to surprise Xiao Yan, but he did not expect that Xiao Yan had already guessed it. His appearance today was merely to help Xiao Yan confirm the thoughts in his heart. The three of them casually chatted for a while. Luo Jin did not dwell on this topic for too long. However, he could not help but make some indirect inquiries about Xiao Yan during their casual conversation. He was not like old Luo, who was able to find out about Xiao Yan's background from just a heavy Xian ruler. He had always thought that Xiao Yan should be a disciple of some mysterious faction in the middle region. Otherwise, how did Xiao Yan obtain his high-class Do skills and those mysterious secret techniques that only existed in the middle region? Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless when faced with all this. Forget about Luo Jin. The current old Luo in front of him was not an ordinary person. Of course, Xiao Yan did not know that Luo Ao already knew about his background. He did not know what kind of expression would appear on Xiao Yan's face if Luo Ao were to reveal it in the future. Hee, little fellow, you are now an influential person in the ancient savage city. Look at these people. They have all come from the various factions in the surrounding large cities or clans. They have all come here for you. Old Luo involuntarily shook his head when he saw that Luo Jin was still closely pursuing Xiao Yan and interrogating him. Immediately, he let out a soft laugh from his mouth and interrupted Luo Jin's words that he wanted to continue. At the same time, old Luo waved his sleeves and an invisible pillar shot out. After the empty space in front of the three of them wiggled, a light curtain that was dozens of feet large slowly appeared. At this very moment, the scene in the ancient savage city in the outside world was completely seen by Xiao Yan's group. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin also withdrew his thoughts with some thoughts in his heart. His gaze similarly looked at the enormous light curtain in front of him. Xiao Yan curled his lips in response. He felt quite helpless in his heart. He looked at the black mass of human heads on the light curtain and laughed bitterly. Old Luo, don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have to hide here. Old Luo involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard this. He did not expect that the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting would actually be chased by a group of unrelated people, until he had nowhere to hide. It was really laughable. In response, Xiao Yan could only violently roll his eyes at the crowd on the light curtain. Luo Jin also had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze casually swept across the light curtain. After which, he once again looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. Brother Yan Xiao, now that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has ended, what plans do you have next? When it came to the main topic, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned serious. Old Luo smiled as he looked at the two people in front of him. His heart was filled with expectations for the two of them. The two members of the younger generation in front of him could be considered as the true outstanding existences among the younger generation in the entire continent. Luo Jin came from the middle region. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his talent. If he was to focus on his cultivation, given his ability, as long as he was given enough time, there would definitely be a place for him in the future of the continent. As for Xiao Yan, although he was not someone from this continent, given his ability and his frightening cultivation talent, Xiao Yan's future achievements might not be inferior to those disciples from the middle region. When Xiao Yan heard Luo Jin's words, his eyebrows gently lifted. According to his plan, he should directly head to the western region after the Alchemist Grand Meeting ended. However, although the Alchemist Grand Meeting had ended, there was still one thing that was on Xiao Yan's mind. Previously, with old Luo's help, I obtained a lightning void pool invitation from the Li family's ancestor. I am also somewhat curious about that so-called lightning void pool. If there is an opportunity this time, I would like to go in and take a look. At the same time, I will also break through to the 4-star half-emperor realm. When Luo Jin heard this, he gently nodded his head. Soon after, he looked at Xiao Yan with a solemn expression and said, Brother Yan Xiao, at that time, don't forget about that despicable MOD. Given that fellow's character, he will not let this matter rest. At that time, you must be extremely careful. When he heard Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. There was a slightly strange expression in his eyes. From Luo Jin's words, it seemed that he did not intend to enter the lightning void pool as well. Because my cultivation technique is a little special, the energy within the lightning void pool is not suitable for my cultivation. Therefore, this time, only you will enter the lightning void pool. As if he had seen through Xiao Yan's doubts, Luo Jin did not conceal anything and directly explained the reason to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also nodded his head to show that he understood. Different cultivation techniques required different cultivation methods. For example, Xiao Yan's flame mantra required the use of heavenly flames to cultivate. This was something that other cultivation techniques could not achieve. As for MOD and the others, although they were not easy to deal with, when the time came, they would not be the only ones entering the lightning void pool. Gu Li and Qi Lin would also enter. Under the suppression of the two of them, in addition to himself and the Northern King, they should not be able to cause any big waves. Now it is time to refine that portion of Soul Source. Chapter 237. The end of the Alchemist Grand Meeting had caused Xiao Yan's reputation to soar in the ancient wildlands. Countless people had come to seek an audience with him. Regardless of whether it was in the streets or outside the city, everyone was discussing the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting. The frightening alchemist who had refined and D-tier complete pill, Yan Xiao. The ancient wildlands once again became lively because of this. The entrance of the Alchemist Association was crowded by a group of half-emperors, until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The elders of the association were also greatly shocked by this for the first time in many years. However, Xiao Yan was no longer in the association. Regardless of how long these people waited, they would definitely not be able to see him. Faced with this kind of situation, Gu Li and Qi Lin felt quite helpless in their hearts. Xiao Yan had already left the association for a couple of days. However, These people had been waiting at the entrance of the association for so many days. Although Gu Li had once stepped forward to inform them that Xiaoyan had already left, these fellows still refused to change their minds. Although there was also a portion of them who chose to leave, there were even more who still thought that Gu Li was deceiving them. While Gu Li and the rest were feeling helpless in the outside world, Xiaoyan was currently peacefully training in the ginseng spiritual world. In order to refine the D-tier complete pill during the alchemist's grand meeting, Xiaoyan had put in all his effort. Although he appeared to be in a good condition after the competition, it was only because Xiaoyan had borrowed the strength of the pill. There was no lack of D-tier medicinal pills in the storage ring that He Mu had left behind. However, medicinal pills were ultimately external objects. Although they could support one for a while, they could not be completely relied on. When Xiaoyan entered the ginseng spiritual world, the D-tier medicinal pill in his body had yet to be refined. During these few days, Xiaoyan did not dare to slack off. He had seen the might of the D-tier medicinal pill before. Although he had already consumed the D-tier medicinal pill, he could not allow its power to wantonly spread within his body. Otherwise, the end result would be that the gains would not make up for the losses. After meeting with old Luo and Qi Lin, Xiaoyan wholeheartedly immersed himself in the D-tier medicinal pill in his body. This time, with Xiaoyan taking the initiative to refine it, Xiaoyan's aura once again recovered to its peak in a short few days. At this moment, Xiaoyan had once again touched the bottleneck that was about to break through. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still forcibly suppressed the throbbing power within the vortex within his body. A breakthrough was naturally something that would happen sooner or later. In fact, if the current Xiaoyan was willing, he would naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, he would definitely be able to step foot into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. However, this was not the only result that Xiaoyan wanted. Although the natural energy within the ginseng spiritual world was very dense, the effect of a breakthrough was not able to allow Xiaoyan's power to rapidly condense. This was something that the lightning pool in the void was capable of accomplishing. The berserk lightning energy contained within the lightning pool in the void was capable of rapidly condensing the dou qi within Xiaoyan's body in the shortest amount of time. In this way, after Xiaoyan made a breakthrough, his strength would completely stabilize at the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor. This would also bring about countless benefits to Xiaoyan's future cultivation. Rather than rushing to make a breakthrough right now and causing his strength to be unstable, it would be better to wait for a period of time. Strength and foundation were the most important things. A powerful appearance would not allow one to surpass others. After all, even among experts of the same level, there were still differences in strength. For example, Xiaoyan and MOD. Weren't they the clearest examples of this? Xiaoyan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was tightly held in his chest. He slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. As he sensed the churning dou qi within his body, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. This was a sign of a breakthrough that would cause anyone to be pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, it was something that Xiaoyan was most unwilling to see. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and he slowly suppressed the unusual condition within his body. After calming his heart for a moment, he finally slowly extended his hand. His white palm reflected a warm jade-like glow under the sunlight. The dark black storage ring on his finger appeared exceptionally eye-catching at this moment. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. A thought once again passed through his mind. He gently clenched his hand and a light flashed. Immediately, a thin jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. The thing within this bottle was the spiritual origin energy that Guyu had extracted from Qing Mu. Although Xiaoyan was temporarily unable to raise his dou qi, he would first focus his mind on his spiritual strength. With Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, if he were to wait until he had refined and swallowed these spiritual essences, his spiritual strength might really be comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan still clearly remembered that when he had just entered the Alchemist Association to take the alchemist test, Guli had told him that the spiritual strength of an alchemist was divided into the man and god stages. Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength was between the man stage and the god stage, the emperor stage. After the emperor stage was the unity stage. In order to reach this stage, one needed to completely agglomerate one's spiritual strength. Only by agglomerating it into a soul bead could one be considered to have reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan opened the jade bottle, and the cream-white spiritual origin within it slowly drifted out. He exerted some force with his palm, and an invisible force controlled the spiritual origin in his palm. The faint cream-white spiritual origin was just like a cluster of fog as it continued to churn in Xiaoyan's palm. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned as he sensed the familiar aura within it. A feeling of reluctance rose in his heart. This spiritual origin should not have been refined by Xiaoyan. If Guyu had not secretly attacked Xiaoyan without his knowledge, Xiaoyan would not have allowed Qingmu to be injured. Yet, the spiritual origin that should have belonged to Qingmu had landed in his hands. Speaking of which, given the relationship between Xiaoyan and Elder Luo, he could be considered acquainted with the ginseng spirit tribe. His current actions were a little heartless. Ehe, stinking brat, why are you feeling a little unbearable now? Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise you could have returned it to Qingmu back then. Haha. Guyu did not forget to tease Xiaoyan while he was feeling disappointed. Xiaoyan felt helpless in his heart. Qingmu was currently in a retreat. Even if he wanted to return it, what could he do? Did he have to wait for Qingmu to exit his retreat before returning it to him? Moreover, even if Qingmu could exit his retreat now, it was impossible for him to return it to him. Knowing that there was a terrifying existence like Guyu within Xiaoyan's body, Qingmu would definitely not take back his spiritual origin. Hence, from the looks of it, Xiaoyan could only take the spiritual origin and treat it as a favor. If there was an opportunity in the future, Xiaoyan would definitely return it 100-fold. Don't think too much about it. Well, don't think too much. If you really want to help them, you can help them when you have the strength. Although they look good now, they're just on the border of the continent. What you've seen is too little. If you really want to remember this favor, you should practice hard. When you become successful in the future, you can let the ginseng tribe settle in the central region openly. In this way, you won't disappoint Greenwood's expectation of you. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard Guyu's words. Guyu's words clearly had a hidden meaning. It seemed as though Qingmu had a motive for giving his spiritual origin to him. Guyu seemed to have seen through Xiaoyan's doubts. He laughed softly and said, "You are so experienced. Do you really think that Qingmu gave his spiritual origin to you because of me? Although it is true that my body is a heavenly flame, and it is a natural counter to him, I have no reason to attack him. The reason he gave his spiritual origin to you is because he has taken a fancy to your talent. You have the spirit of mystical fire and such a terrifying force by your side. For the sake of the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, it's worth it for him to spend some of his soul origin. Greenwood has entrusted the future of the spiritual ginseng tribe to you." Chapter 238. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged on a green rock within the ginseng spiritual world. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as his mind observed the interior of his body. On the surface, Xiaoyan appeared as though he was training. However, at this moment, there was a frightening spiritual strength churning within his body like a monstrous wave. Xiaoyan did not expect the spiritual strength contained within this cluster of spiritual essence of Qingmu to be so frightening. It was much stronger than the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had used to refine and swallow He Mu. Although He Mu was once an expert from the origin sect at his peak, his spiritual strength had long been worn down by the passage of time, until there was little left. There was indeed a gap when compared to Qingmu. However, this was considered an unexpected joy for Xiaoyan. After refining He Mu's soul fragment, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had soared. Currently, there were very few alchemists of the same level who could compare with him in terms of spiritual strength. If he swallowed these spiritual essences, would Xiaoyan's spiritual strength be able to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough? Xiaoyan calmed his mind and carefully sensed the cluster of spiritual essence within the vortex within his body. A thought passed through his mind, and a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames rose from within his body, slowly wrapping around the spiritual essence. The spiritual essence seemed to have sensed something when it was being wrapped around. The cloud-like milky white spiritual essence swiftly churned under the wrapping of the heavenly flames, as though it wanted to find a breakthrough point within the heavenly flames. However, the heavenly flame had completely enveloped it. After a long while, it was to no avail. This ball of soul origin could only curl up like a little squirrel. In an instant, the originally fist-sized milky white spiritual essence swiftly shrunk. Although it had become a little smaller, Xiaoyan could sense that the strength within the spiritual essence had also become increasingly agglomerated. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily raise his eyebrows. Indeed, the agglomeration of spiritual strength could allow one to become even stronger. Although its appearance was not as good as before, the strength contained within far surpassed what it was before. No wonder alchemists can agglomerate something like a soul bead. Looks like they have refined spiritual strength like Do Qi. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this scene. He smiled in his heart and ignored it. No matter how agglomerated the spiritual essence was, it was destined to be refined by Xiaoyan today. Trainings times spiritual essence. One needed to be careful. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Fist-sized spiritual essence within Xiaoyan's body was gradually refined. At the same time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had also become increasingly powerful. The majestic spiritual strength was just like an ocean. The turbulent spiritual waves churned unceasingly within Xiaoyan's body. In addition to his similarly full Do Qi, Xiaoyan had difficulty suppressing the increasingly powerful strength within his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not expect that the increase in his spiritual strength this time around would actually trigger the Do Qi within his body. If this continued, it was likely that he would have no choice but to break through today. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like a balloon that was filled to the brim. The most frightening thing was that this balloon was still expanding. The result of the expansion of the balloon would naturally be an explosion. Although this result would not cause Xiaoyan to die, it was also not something that Xiaoyan wished to see. The method to stop the balloon from continuing to expand was to release a portion of the air within it. Buzz! Suddenly, the originally tightly shut eyes of Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged on the green rock, suddenly opened. The instant he opened his eyes, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body seemed to have found an outlet. 2 eye-piercing Do Qi light pillars suddenly shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes and entered the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. After the light pillars disappeared, Xiaoyan appeared to feel that it was not enough. He raised his head toward the sky. A thought passed through his mind, and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body suddenly whizzed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It swiftly surged toward Xiaoyan's throat. Immediately, Xiaoyan widened his mouth. Light shot out in all directions from his mouth. 1,000-foot-wide terrifying Do Qi light pillar shot toward the empty space that was hundreds of thousands of feet high. Such a frightening momentum naturally alarmed quite a number of people within the spiritual ginseng world. When those spiritual ginseng tribe members raised their heads to look at the empty space, they only saw a frightening Do Qi light pillar charging toward the sky with an unstoppable force. It shattered the empty space and finally entered the endless empty space. Seeing this scene, a portion of the spiritual ginseng tribe members, who were at the Ban Emperor level, involuntarily felt a sense of surprise. Just as they were about to step forward to take a look out of curiosity, a cry descended from the sky. It was like thunder that reverberated through the world. A group of little brats. It is merely training a Do skill. What is there to see? All of you withdraw. Although these spiritual ginseng tribe members were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to obey old Luo's voice when they heard it. As for those stronger spiritual ginseng tribe members, their eyes narrowed as they looked at the rainbow-like pillar that reached the sky. They began to ponder in their hearts. In the sky, old Luo also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the frightening Do Qi light pillar in front of him. A pair of turbid old eyes revealed a deep surprise. An attack of this degree was naturally nothing to him. However, if it was placed among the Ban Emperors, it could be considered an extremely frightening existence. TSK, this little fellow. No wonder he is able to cross 2 stars in strength and fight head-on with a 6-star Ban Emperor. The degree of agility of his Do Qi is likely something that even the me from back then could not compare with. At this moment, even old Luo involuntarily exclaimed at Xiaoyan's strength. On the other hand, Xiaoyan had already once again immersed himself in the nervous refinement process. Seeing the Do Qi light pillar in front of him gradually disappear, Old Luo finally turned his gaze to Xiao Yan below. After sensing the majestic Do Qi within the latter's body, Old Luo involuntarily frowned. Based on Xiao Yan's current situation, it was obvious that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he was still suppressing the turbulent Do Qi within his body. It was clear that he was unwilling to break through. Hey, this little fellow is really an anomaly in the training world. Other people are always looking forward to a breakthrough. Once they touch the barrier that is about to break through, who would not do their best to break through? Yet, you are actually forcefully suppressing yourself and not allowing yourself to break through. If news of this were to spread, I wonder just how many people would want to have a good chat with you. Sensing the current situation within Xiao Yan's body, Old Luo involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he understood in an instant. With Old Luo's shrewdness, he was naturally able to tell that the reason why Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to break through was because he wished to find an excellent training ground. This would allow him to completely consolidate his strength while breaking through. Needless to say, Old Luo was immediately able to guess that the training ground was naturally the lightning pool in the empty space. That was right. However, from the looks of it, this little fellow should be refining the spiritual essence. Hey, what a lucky little fellow. While Old Luo probed the turbulent Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body, the spiritual essence strength that was being refined by Xiao Yan was naturally also detected by Old Luo. However, the almost non-existent aura on it caused him to be unable to detect that it was Qing Mu's spiritual essence strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 5 days since Xiao Yan began to refine the spiritual essence. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was also soaring at a speed that was extremely frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person. With the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he could be said to be invincible among Tier 2 alchemists. Who? After the final wisp of spiritual essence was completely refined and absorbed by Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, which had been tightly shut for 5 days, were also slowly opened. The instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes, an invisible arrow was suddenly shot out from his deep eyes. An invisible strength whizzed out, and the empty space in front of Xiao Yan instantly became distorted. Immediately, an invisible force shot out in front of Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out explosively following a muffled bang sound. Wherever it passed, a gully that was dozens of feet deep was formed on the lush green ground by its terrifying force. Soon after, a mountain rock 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and an extremely dangerous crack line was forcefully formed on the entire mountain by this attack. Xiao Yan was not surprised when he saw this scene. The strength of one's spiritual strength was similar to that of Do Qi. It was just that it was a little troublesome to train. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, it was likely that he could easily face an ordinary 3-star half-emperor, if he were to use it in a fight. Hence, this little activity in front of him was indeed nothing much. Not bad. Your current spiritual strength has already reached the peak of the advanced D state spiritual strength. You are merely 1 step away from the perfect D state. This level of spiritual strength is sufficient for you to defeat other alchemists of the same level. The increase in Xiao Yan's strength caused Guyu, who was within his body, to sigh in admiration. Unexpectedly, not only was Xiao Yan not killed by He Mu during their trip to the spirit world, but he had also benefited from the disaster. Not only had his strength reached the peak of the advanced 3-star half-emperor level, but his spiritual strength had also reached the advanced D state level. He was only 1 step away from the perfect D state. This frightening growth speed caused even Guyu to involuntarily sigh in amazement. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes in the face of this. The expression on his face quietly changed. The hand under his sleeves also slowly tightened, after which he once again slowly opened it. A determined expression flashed across the deep region of his eyes. He paused for a moment before muttering softly in his mouth. Advanced D state, huh? I wonder if I can successfully form a soul bead. Chapter 239. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan, who had finished refining the spiritual essence, should have stood up. However, he rolled his bright eyes and calmed his mind, after which he once again entered his training mode. A thought passed through his mind, and the majestic ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows suddenly moved at this moment. Gu Yu involuntarily exclaimed in surprise when he sensed the change in Xiao Yan's body. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan would be so bold. His spiritual strength had just reached the advanced DD stage. Yet he wanted to attempt to form a soul bead. Gu Yu did not know whether he was reckless or courageous. Although Xiao Yan's strength would soar after forming a soul bead, the danger involved was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Even with Gu Yu's experience, this was the first time he had seen someone forcefully forming a soul bead with an advanced DD stage spiritual strength. Condensing a soul bead was easier said than done. It was just condensing one's spiritual energy into a bead. However, the pressure one had to endure during the process was definitely not as simple as it sounded. The formation of a soul bead not only tested an alchemist's spiritual strength, but it also tested the alchemist's intelligence. During the process of forming a soul bead, a powerful spiritual strength was no longer something an alchemist could rely on. Only an unwavering and tenacious mind could support the formation of a soul bead until the end. It was also because of this that many rank 2 high-grade alchemists were unable to form a soul bead and break through the barrier to become a rank 3 alchemist. One's spiritual strength could be trained and raised, but one's intelligence could only rely on one's own heart. Only with a strong heart would one be able to guarantee the agglomeration of a soul bead. This could also be considered as a kind of test for the strong. After all, those who were able to endure the pain of agglomeration of a soul bead and successfully advance to the next level, which one of them was not a person with a strong heart and powerful strength? Xiao Yan calmed his heart and slowly maneuvered the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness. The method of forming a soul bead was not difficult. Although this was the first time, Xiao Yan could be considered familiar with it. As an alchemist, controlling spiritual strength was an extremely easy task for him. What Xiao Yan needed to do now was to guide the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness, and use a special method to form it. Once all the spiritual strength in Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness was completely formed and turned into a physical state, the formation of a soul bead would be complete. As Xiao Yan's thoughts revolved, the majestic spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness also began to churn. After which, under Xiao Yan's control, the surging spiritual strength began to slowly rotate in his sea of consciousness. Threads of spiritual strength were gradually extracted under Xiao Yan's control. Soon after, they were like 2 small snakes that intertwined with each other. The first step of forming the soul bead could be considered the easiest step. It did not take Xiao Yan too much time, and he easily condensed the 2 clusters of spiritual strength together. The following steps were basically the same. However, as the spiritual strength continued to condense and compress, the spiritual strength within the soul bead in front of Xiao Yan also rapidly increased. Before the soul bead was completely formed, all the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan possessed would become his greatest burden. The terrifying spiritual strength would crush his consciousness. If he was unable to endure, the worst outcome would be that his spiritual strength would be injured. As the spiritual strength gradually condensed, a grayish-white soul bead slowly formed within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Yan could also clearly feel the terrifying spiritual strength that was being emitted from the soul bead. This kind of spiritual strength was definitely not a terrifying level that Xiao Yan could reach in the past. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he was carrying a majestic Mount Tai on his back. Every part of his body was enduring the terrifying spiritual strength. The muscles all over his body were as taut as steel, and every cell in his body was resisting the spiritual strength with all their might. As time passed, a soreness akin to being bitten by ants attacked his entire body. Xiao Yan felt as though all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The spiritual strength within his sea of consciousness continued to flow out, and was completely poured into the grayish-white soul bead. Xiao Yan's consciousness also gradually became a little blurry. Before the soul bead was formed, his spiritual strength could no longer be used by him. Usually, Xiao Yan could rely on his powerful spiritual strength to maintain his consciousness. However, at this moment, he could only rely on his own willpower. Within his sea of consciousness, the body that Xiao Yan had created using his spiritual strength gradually dissipated and transformed into wisps of spiritual strength that flowed into the soul bead. The terrifying spiritual strength around Xiaoyan's body also became increasingly terrifying as it relied on the soul bead. Buzz! Suddenly the grayish-white soul bead, which was the size of a basketball, trembled violently. Immediately, a formless and terrifying spiritual strength instantly crushed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had no way of dodging. He knew that if he wanted to successfully form the soul bead, he had to endure this attack. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The terrifying spiritual strength caused Xiaoyan's previously groggy mind to instantly regain its clarity. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was extremely helpless. He never imagined that there would be a day where he would actually be crushed by the spiritual strength that he had always been so proud of. Perhaps, the essence of forming the soul bead was for the alchemist to understand that if he wanted to defeat others, he had to defeat himself first. For a true strong practitioner, the strength of his opponent would only excite him. Only when he was unable to surpass himself would he feel fear in his heart. When Xiaoyan thought of this in his heart, the spiritual strength that originally belonged to Xiaoyan was already surging towards him with a terrifying spiritual strength that could crush everything. Even if Xiaoyan was at his peak condition and attacked with all his spiritual strength, it would still be difficult for him to match up against that kind of power. When that spiritual strength arrived in front of him, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. However, before he could do anything, that terrifying spiritual strength that was filled with an aura of destruction ruthlessly pressed down on him like a storm. In an instant, Xiaoyan's expression abruptly changed. His illusory body exploded with a bang. Under that terrifying spiritual strength, his willpower that he thought was firm was actually unable to withstand a single blow. His mind was on the verge of collapse. Xiaoyan unwillingly let out a hoarse roar from the bottom of his heart. Painful fresh blood seemed to be about to spurt out from his throat. The feeling of his entire body being crushed made Xiaoyan truly experience the aura of death. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already suffocating. He felt that his body was no longer listening to his commands. His spiritual strength had disappeared, and he was only left with a body that was like a walking corpse. Death had already forced its way into his heart. Sigh, this kid is really reckless. Buzz, after an elderly sigh, a regretful voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual strength crazily surged into his body. The spiritual strength emitted by the soul bead was blocked for an instant. During this instant, Xiaoyan's collapsed mind was once again filled with life. Although I can save you for now, I cannot protect you forever. Whether you succeed or not will depend on yourself. Xiaoyan's mind suddenly braced the moment the spiritual pressure was blocked. Xiaoyan felt his body suddenly become lighter. The pressure all over his body had been removed. Guyu's voice was vaguely transmitted over while Xiaoyan was feeling surprised in his heart. Xiaoyan immediately reacted in his heart upon hearing this. From the looks of it, Guyu had helped him again. If it was not for Guyu, Xiaoyan was unable to imagine just what kind of ending would have happened. Xiaoyan quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. He was also aware that this was not the time to express his gratitude. Immediately, he placed all his attention on the soul bead in front of him. Next, as long as he could stabilize his mind and endure until the end, the soul bead would be formed. Chapter 240. Buzz. As the soul bead trembled violently once again, a spiritual pressure that was even more frightening than the previous few times ruthlessly attacked Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's originally illusory body had become much fainter. In the face of the soul bead's repeated attacks, Xiaoyan could only painfully endure. This was a form of mental destruction. The fact that Xiaoyan was able to endure until now was enough to show that his willpower was extraordinary. As time passed, Xiaoyan, who was repeatedly crushed, seemed to have gradually become numb under the frightening pressure. When the spiritual pressure attacked, Xiaoyan revealed an expressionless face and allowed the pressure to crush him. Since he was unable to resist, he might as well endure it. He would treat the repeated beatings as a form of training and train in pain. Xiaoyan firmly believed that there would be a moment when he would be able to completely ignore the pressure emitted by the soul bead. Buzz, buzz. The soul bead also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Xiaoyan. In the face of repeated attacks, Xiaoyan no longer stubbornly resisted. Instead, he displayed an indifferent attitude. His originally illusory and transparent body actually became increasingly solid with each attack. As the spiritual pressure became increasingly violent, even Xiaoyan's physical body involuntarily trembled. Buzz buzz. The soul bead's trembling became increasingly intense. Wave after wave of majestic spiritual strength swept out in a mighty manner, and once again crushed Xiaoyan's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Before Xiaoyan's shattered body could be completely pieced together, another wave of frightening spiritual pressure swept over. Bang! Finally, the vast and mighty spiritual pressure suddenly shook. It seemed to have collided with a wall. At a closer look, a solid white hand was thrown forward and forcefully blocked the spiritual pressure that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, an even more frightening spiritual storm instantly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. It passed through Xiaoyan's body and caused the green rock that Xiaoyan was sitting on to instantly turn into a pile of powder. The ground within 1,000 feet around him suddenly cracked and formed numerous large spiderweb-like crack lines. In that case, it ends here. After a calm voice drifted out, Xiaoyan's shattered body finally solidified once again. At the same time, his right hand, which had not been lifted, was suddenly clenched into a fist. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan threw a punch forward without the help of dou qi or spiritual strength, and violently smashed into the invisible spiritual pressure in front of him. 8. Ultimate. Blast. A stern cry that originated from his soul was emitted. Xiaoyan finally erupted completely. He did not have the support of dou qi, but the might of this punch was even more frightening than when he used dou qi at his peak condition. The spiritual pressure around Xiaoyan's body suddenly shattered when this punch was thrown forward. His steel-like fist carried a frightening storm that tore through the empty space as it violently smashed into the spiritual pressure in front of him. Bang! When this punch was thrown, an unstoppable force poured out. The entire sea of consciousness had become completely silent at this moment. In the outside world, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled. The ground within a couple of feet from where Xiaoyan was sitting suddenly collapsed. An enormous pit also appeared. At this moment, the space in front of Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly solidified. The spiritual bead also stopped reacting. Xiaoyan suddenly moved and grabbed the spiritual bead. The soul bead also seemed to have recovered. After the soul bead, which had already turned into a deep gray color, trembled intensely, waves after waves of frightening spiritual pressure suddenly swept out. At this moment, the soul bead seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. It had only heard of a spiritual bead suppressing an alchemist. Why was it being suppressed by Xiaoyan, an alchemist? All the normal trajectories seemed to have suddenly changed in front of Xiaoyan. It was just like a train turning onto a main road, or an airplane flying across a subway line. Even Guyu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, involuntarily revealed a stunned expression at this moment. This scene was something that he had never imagined. Bang! Octane blast. Although the spiritual pressure emitted by the spiritual bead was extremely frightening, Xiaoyan remained expressionless. He allowed the spiritual pressure to descend on him, after which, both of his fists were tightly clenched. Punch after punch was thrown explosively. Bang! 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 Octane blast. Explode. One punch. One step. Xiaoyan took 10 steps forward and threw 10 punches. His footsteps did not pause. By the time Xiaoyan arrived in front of the spiritual bead, he had already thrown an unknown number of punches. Finally, Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry, and an earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted from behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were extremely calm as he looked at the spiritual bead in front of him. Next, all he needed to do was to compress the spiritual strength within the spiritual bead once again, until the spiritual bead completely solidified. Only then would it be considered a success. Currently, the most difficult part had already been passed. Xiaoyan was completely confident that he would be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. As long as nothing unexpected happened during the process, he would definitely be able to successfully form the spiritual bead. Excitement involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of the feeling of advancing to a rank 3 alchemist. He ceased hesitating and immediately sat down to prepare for the subsequent condensation process. However, Guyu's elderly voice was suddenly transmitted over at this moment. Brat, are you certain that you want to form the spiritual bead now? You should understand that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead has already been formed. It will not be too late for you to refine it in the future. However, if you are in a hurry to refine the spiritual bead now, it is likely that there will be a high chance of failure. Xiao Yan was startled when Guyu's words left his mouth. Now that the embryonic form of the spiritual bead had been formed, the next step was to completely refine it. Everything seemed to be going extremely smoothly. It was obvious that the spiritual bead was about to be formed. Could it be that there was still a loophole? Old Gu, may I know what you mean by this? Your current spiritual strength has only just advanced to the advanced D state. Although I have never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead at the advanced D state, given the old me's experience, I think that the chances of success will not exceed 30%. Xiao Yan immediately understood after hearing these words. Guyu was right. Using an advanced D-state spiritual strength to form a spiritual bead was like using an initial 9-star Do Sheng to forcefully break through to the Ban Di realm. Regardless of how frightening one's training talent was, the gap between one's strength could not be made up for. Otherwise, those training geniuses who were born with great talent would not need to put in any effort. They could simply dominate the continent. Guyu's words had undoubtedly pierced Xiao Yan's heart, which was filled with confidence. In other words, this spiritual bead could only remain as it was. After all, the consequences of failing to refine a spiritual bead was something that even Xiao Yan would not be able to endure. On the other hand, Xiao Yan felt some anticipation in his heart. He could not wait any longer. Spiritual bead. This was the first spiritual strength connection that Xiao Yan had come into contact with after coming to the Yuanwu continent. He did not wish to give up so easily. If there was a chance of successfully refining a spiritual bead, even if there was only a 30% chance, Xiao Yan would definitely not give up so easily. Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment before he finally nodded with a grave expression. Both of his eyes revealed a determined expression. Soon after, a determined smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He laughed at Guyu in his heart. Since old Gu has never seen anyone who can refine a spiritual bead with an advanced D-state spiritual strength, allow me to give it a try today. In any case, I have already eaten quite a number of crabs. One more will not make a difference. At the very most, my soul will be injured. Chapter 241. Bang. A wild, ferocious, overbearing spiritual strength began to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. The originally stable situation had actually suddenly reversed within a short moment. The spiritual bead within Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness began to violently rebel at this moment. The spiritual strength, which had originally gathered together, began to wantonly spread. The majestic spiritual strength uncontrollably spread. It passed through Xiao Yan's body and swiftly spread throughout the ginseng soul world. Xiao Yan was involuntarily caught off guard by this scene. It was unexpected that this spiritual bead would immediately become violent just because there was a slight deviation. If he were to allow this spiritual strength to continue spreading, it was likely that his spiritual essence would suffer an unprecedented injury. Even Guyu was helpless in the face of this. Although he was quite strong, he was still helpless in the face of the situation that was happening to Xiao Yan. When the turbulent spiritual strength turned into wave after wave of frightening storm that swept through the ginseng soul world, the members of the ginseng tribe swiftly sensed it. They sensed the situation on this side and immediately gathered their attention. However, after they sensed the frightening pressure within the spiritual storm, other than a small portion of them, the remaining people, who did not possess the strength of a Do-di, had grave expressions as they watched the invisible storm sweep over the countless number of ginseng trees. This seems to be the aura of that human brat called Yan Xiao. What a powerful spiritual strength. With a spiritual strength of this level, it is likely that his strength has already reached the Do-di class. Go away, what human brat. Is that kind of title something that we can use? He killed Heimu by himself. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. Don't always look at the strength of others on the surface. Currently, our entire ginseng tribe owes him a great favor. Quite a number of people feel great respect for Elder Yan Xiao in their hearts. If someone were to hear you speak of him in this manner, won't they join forces to beat you up? The member of the ginseng tribe, who had spoken earlier, hurriedly shut his mouth after these words were spoken. He secretly glanced around with a lingering fear in his heart. He only sighed in relief after discovering that no one had noticed him. At this moment, the terrifying spiritual storm descended upon their heads with an unparalleled pressure. All the members of the spirit participating tribe, whose strength had yet to reach the Do D class, were pressed to the ground with flushed faces the moment the pressure descended. Other than a small number of people with stronger spiritual strengths who were barely able to support their bodies, only those experts from the spirit participating tribe whose strength had reached the Do D class remained. However, at this moment, even with their strength, their faces involuntarily revealed a deep grave expression in the face of the frightening spiritual pressure. They weren't alchemists, and soul power wasn't their forte. Facing such a terrifying soul pressure, although it couldn't be said to be overwhelming, the throbbing that came from the depths of their souls still made them feel grave. Old Luo and Luo Jin on the other side instantly looked at the spot where Xiaoyan was located when the spiritual storm swept over. When Luo Jin felt the terrifying pressure contained within the spiritual soul storm, even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel a wave of shock. The pressure within the spiritual soul storm was actually so powerful. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already grown to the advance of the D class within a couple of months after he had advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. If this speed continued, his spiritual strength would be comparable to those old demons from the Pill Tower in a couple of years. Luo Jin exchanged glances with old Luo by the side after feeling the shock in his heart. Old Luo frowned slightly because of this. He was not concerned about the strength of this spiritual storm. Instead, he clearly knew that Xiaoyan was refining that cluster of spiritual essence. However, since he was refining it, why would such a situation occur? As long as it did not possess a spirit that possessed its own consciousness, there would not be any danger when refining it. This was something that every practitioner knew. Moreover, old Luo had already thoroughly investigated that cluster of spiritual essence. It did not possess any other aura. However, the situation in front of them was clearly a rebellion that had occurred when one's spiritual strength was out of control. Since this was the case, what exactly was Xiaoyan doing? After pondering for a while, Elder Luo finally shook his head helplessly. Before he saw Xiaoyan, he wouldn't be able to understand the actual situation, just by relying on the wild and violent spiritual strength. Elder Luo frowned and exchanged glances with Luo Jin, who was also frowning. "Sai, let's go and take a look. I really don't know what this little brat is up to." Luo Jin nodded when he heard Elder Luo's words. The two of them moved, and in a flash, they had already reached the top of the ginseng spiritual tree. They casually dispersed the spiritual storm that was coming towards them. In a flash, Elder Luo and Luo Jin had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. When Elder Luo saw Xiaoyan, he immediately sensed the wild and violent spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body. Elder Luo and Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as an extremely strange expression appeared on their faces. Is this brat crazy? His spiritual strength has just reached the advanced martial emperor realm, and he dares to condense a spiritual pearl. I really don't know what to say about him. Elder Luo frowned and looked at Xiaoyan, whose aura was in a mess. A worried expression appeared on his face as he scolded softly. Luo Jin could only sigh helplessly when he heard this. He was also a little shocked by Xiaoyan's actions. He had actually used his spiritual strength at the advanced martial emperor realm to forcefully condense a spiritual pearl. Even if there was a chance of success, how high could it be? The failure at this moment not only confirmed Gu Yu's judgment, but also caused Xiaoyan's spiritual strength to be seriously injured. This result was a lesson that Xiaoyan had bought himself. One could only progress step by step on the path of cultivation. There was no shortcut. Even if there was, it would only result in gains and losses. In the end, one would not gain any benefits. If one wanted to become stronger, the fastest and most stable method was to be down to earth and take one step at a time. This was true for cultivation and life. After the spiritual strength within Xiaoyan's body had spread in all directions, Xiaoyan's face had become pale and bloodless. It was as though he had truly lost his soul. His body had become much thinner, This failure had caused Xiaoyan's spiritual strength to suffer unprecedented damage. Although Guyu had tried his best to stabilize the situation within his body during this period of time, Xiaoyan could not do anything other than struggle to move. The lack of spiritual strength within Xiaoyan's spiritual sea caused him to nearly faint. At this moment, he could only rely on his willpower to forcefully stand up. It was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty recovering for a long period of time in the future. He might even have to choose to give up on the trip to the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. After standing up with great difficulty, Xiaoyan's eyes, which were about to close, swept around in a blur. His spiritual strength was so weak that Xiaoyan almost failed to detect the two people standing beside him. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the gap between the two of them. He noticed that the spiritual storm that had yet to scatter above the endless sea of trees in the distance was like an invisible ruler's glow that repeatedly swept in all directions above the endless ginseng spirit tree's canopy. Chapter 242. On the hillside, Luo Jin supported Xiaoyan with both his hands as he slowly stood up. The expression in his eyes constantly changed. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. However, when he saw that Xiaoyan was already extremely weak, he ultimately remained silent. He glanced at old Luo beside him. The latter also sighed softly and helplessly shook his head, indicating that he was also at his wits' end. Xiaoyan's turbid old eyes were slowly lifted. They made contact with Luo Jin's eyes. The two of them felt a pity in their hearts. According to Xiaoyan's current condition, it was likely that they would miss the opportunity to enter the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 months later. Sighed this brat. Usually he is rather meticulous in his work. I did not expect him to be so impulsive today. I hope that this incident will be of some help to you in the future. Old Luo softly sighed once again. He nodded his head at Luo Jin, and immediately turned around to walk towards the small wooden house. Behind him, Luo Jin also carefully supported Xiaoyan. His footsteps shifted slightly as he tried to catch up with the former. Oh. However, just as Luo Jin took half a step forward, his body, which was leaning slightly forward, suddenly stopped. It was as if he was forcefully pulled back by something from behind. In the next instant, Luo Jin's eyes revealed an astonished expression as he quickly turned his head around. His eyes instantly looked at Xiaoyan, who was standing motionlessly beside him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. However, Luo Jin's expression could not help but be slightly stunned. At a glance, Xiaoyan, who was still extremely weak a moment ago, was now staring intently at the sea of trees in the distance with his eyes wide open. More accurately speaking, he was staring intently at the huge wave that was like a majestic ruler's aura. At this moment, in Xiaoyan's eyes, other than the constantly sweeping dark green wave, everything in the world seemed to have disappeared from his eyes. Even the sound of the wind blowing past his ears had disappeared without a trace. Xiaoyan's body seemed to have solidified as it stood in the same spot. At this moment, Luo Jin sensed a steel-like hardness being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. Even the clothes on the surface of Xiaoyan's body did not move. This, as if he had thought of something, Luo Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes suddenly widened to the size of 2 copper bells, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. However, just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Elder Luo, who was behind him, pressed down on his shoulder and forcefully stopped him from saying anything. Luo Jin's body trembled as he turned to look. At the same time, Elder Luo shook his head slightly at Luo Jin and gestured for him to keep quiet. Only then did Luo Jin quickly nod his head. The two of them carefully retreated 100 zhang away from Xiaoyan. Only then did Elder Luo let out a sigh of relief. His cloudy old eyes met with Xiaoyan's, and both of them let out a sneer at the same time as they looked at Xiaoyan. Ah, this brat is really lucky. I originally thought that he would be delayed by this failure for a while. I didn't expect that he would benefit from this disaster and actually enter the state. This state is something that can only be encountered and not sought. Thinking back, when I was young, I was lucky enough to enter the state once. The benefits that I obtained from it were indescribable. Luo Jin by the side also smiled and nodded when he heard this. Clearly, as a member of the younger generation, he was naturally clear about these deeds of old Luo. It was also because old Luo had once entered the will of mind state that he had used it to show off everywhere. When Luo Jin's gaze landed on Xiaoyan, his face did not have much of a change. However, there was still some envy that could not be described in words within his heart. Looking back at Xiaoyan, although his aura was still incomparably weak, at this moment, his eyes were overflowing with radiance. The waves above the endless forest gradually spread out under Xiaoyan's gaze, engulfing the forest further away. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. After the first wave of trees swept through the entire mountain forest, another wave of trees swept over. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the scene in front of him. The weary qi in his body was gradually rising at this moment. 8,000 feet away, Elder Luo and Luo Jin could sense the changes in Xiaoyan's body. Their faces involuntarily revealed an astonished smile. The tree wave carried a cluster of leaves as it extended into the distance from the top of the sea of trees. The tangible leaves continued to churn within the invisible spiritual wave. Although it appeared chaotic, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that the leaves maintained a special rhythm as they churned. This allowed the tree wave, which followed closely behind, to perfectly merge with it. This repeated for a short moment before 100,000 feet tree wave, which was like a city wall, appeared in the sky above the sea of trees. The tree wave churned and churned. During the process, it continuously absorbed the leaves that fell from the treetops, causing it to become even more imposing. As the tree wave engulfed the area, Xiaoyan repeatedly recalled every change and trajectory of the tree wave in his mind. The churning rhythm of the leaves, the different yet similar trajectories of the two tree waves, and every detail of the merging of the two tree waves continuously replayed in Xiaoyan's mind. At the same time, Xiaoyan's aura also rapidly rose. After 6 hours, Xiaoyan was still quietly standing at the same spot. Although he did not move, one could see at a glance that Xiaoyan's originally deathly pale face had once again regained its rosy luster. The aura on his body was even stronger than when he had just entered the ginseng spiritual world. The spiritual strength that had completely dissipated had also completely recovered to its peak within these short 6 hours. Even so, Xiaoyan still maintained the same posture as when he had just stood up. All of his attention was focused on his body. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the scene of the tree wave engulfing the endless forest. At this moment, in Xiaoyan's mind, the spiritual strength of Xiaoyan was carefully observing every detail of the tree wave engulfing the area. With a wave of his hand, a heavy Xian ruler that was formed from spiritual strength appeared. The body of the enormous ruler was slightly slanted as it slowly swept past the spot where the tree wave passed. Xiaoyan also did his best to cooperate with the trajectory of the tree wave. His hand gently twisted, and the strength that was contained within his finger also changed accordingly. Only when the speed, inclination, and strength of the heavy ruler when it drew across the trajectory completely merged did Xiaoyan slowly withdraw the enormous ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was quietly standing in the outside world, suddenly raised his head. With a wave of his right hand, the huge black ruler suddenly flew out. He grabbed it in his palm, and his left foot suddenly took half a step forward. After the huge ruler circled in his palm, a force emerged from his palm, and the huge ruler instantly froze in the air. The angle of its tilt was actually exactly the same as when he had imitated it previously. Ha! Without any hesitation, he let out a stern cry in his heart. The dou qi within the vortex in Xiaoyan's body suddenly surged out wildly. His right hand held the huge ruler tightly as he exerted force with his right leg and transmitted it to his arm. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and Xiaoyan's body rose into the air. The huge ruler in his hand was also swung out. As the ruler was swung out, a majestic ruler glow that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly shot out from the tip of the ruler, and shot explosively toward the opposite side of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the expressions of old Luo and his grandson on the other side instantly changed. This was because the ruler glow was actually flying toward them without any deviation. Chapter 243. Qi. The sharp ruler glow carried a majestic aura that could cut through the heavens as it shot out. Wherever it passed, the flat empty space would be instantly torn apart by the strong wind that it carried. The powerful aura caused even old Luo and old Luo, who were facing it, to be extremely shocked. This kind of frightening might had already exceeded the category of an ordinary dou technique. Moreover, To be able to be used by a bandit with all his strength while carrying such a frightening might, this ruler of Xiaoyan's was likely comparable to a human-class Do technique. Old Luo's heart could not help but be extremely shocked when he thought of this. He had only entered the realm for a couple of hours, and had already created such a frightening Do technique. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the scene would be if Xiaoyan had entered the realm for a little longer. At this moment, Luo Jin's eyes were staring intently at the majestic ruler glow that was flying toward him. A fiery hot fighting intent that soared to the sky was emitted from deep within his eyes. The Do Qi in his body was also swiftly rising at this moment. Honestly speaking, although Luo Jin had quite an understanding of Xiaoyan's strength, the two of them had never had the chance to fight due to their own matters. Hence, this rainbow-like ruler glow in front of him had aroused the fiery hot fighting intent that Luo Jin had been anticipating in his heart. With Luo Jin's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the strength contained in this ruler glow was definitely not inferior to a human-class Do technique. This also caused him to be extremely excited. Luo Jin flipped his hand, and a glow suddenly appeared in his palm. A sleek white-colored jade whisk fan appeared. Luo Jin waved his hand, and the jade whisk fan emitted a schwa sound as it opened. Immediately, his gaze looked at the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. Luo Jin was just about to attack. However, just as the Do Qi in his body was about to move, the expression on Luo Jin's face involuntarily stiffened because of the scene in front of him. He clearly saw that there was actually a partially visible crimson blurry human figure within the ruler glow. The human figure held an enormous ruler and raised it high, preparing to unleash an even more frightening destructive force the instant it collided with Luo Jin. This is... When he saw this scene, Luo Jin's heart shook violently. The shock in his heart was self-evident. No matter what, he never imagined that this majestic ruler light was actually even more terrifying than what he had seen and imagined. Originally, he thought that this ruler glow was not inferior to a human tier Do technique in terms of strength. However, looking at the blurry human figure, it was clearly a manifestation of a Do technique that had transformed into a spirit. A Do technique transforming into a spirit. A true human-class Do technique. Just based on this point alone, the strength that this ruler glow would erupt with would definitely double. When he thought of this, Luo Jin couldn't help but recall the terrifying fire lotus that Xiaoyan had used back then. In addition to the fire lotus before him, it was hard to imagine that Xiaoyan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor, had actually created 2 such powerful human-rank Do skills. This kid will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo by the side finally discovered the uniqueness of the ruler glow. While his heart was greatly shaken, he could not help but praise Xiaoyan once again. Haha, good. A Do technique transforming into a spirit, huh? Since this is the case, I will also go all out. Although his heart was extremely shocked by Xiaoyan's ruler glow, Luo Jin ultimately still laughed out loud. The jade whisking fan in his hand was suddenly waved. The Do Qi in his body also swiftly surged out and poured into the jade whisking fan in his hand. Following the pouring in of the Do Qi, numerous mysterious green-colored symbols gradually surfaced on the originally flat and unadorned fan, causing this jade whisking fan to emit an extremely mysterious feeling at this moment. Cool wind painting transforming into a form. Using the wind as a blade, cool wind slash. Luo Jin's tiger body shook as he slowly raised his right arm. Faint green-colored Do Qi drifted out as the jade fan was waved. In the next instant, a sharp glint suddenly shot out from Luo Jin's eyes when the majestic ruler glow attacked. A sharp cry that shook the sky was emitted from his mouth. His right arm was suddenly waved and his wrist tilted slightly. A sharp whistling sound of wind was emitted. The jade fan drew across the empty air, and a green-colored long rainbow that similarly spanned across the sky swept out and attacked the incoming ruler glow with a bang. Ha 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 ha. This clear wind chop of mine is also at the peak of the D-class Do techniques. It can be said to be one of my few trump cards. Today let me see whether Brother Yan Zhao's ruler glow is stronger or my clear wind chop is better. Since Xiaoyan had already made his move, Luo Jin also knew that Xiaoyan had definitely recovered his consciousness. Next, it would be the true fight between him and Xiaoyan. Bang! These 2 Do skills were indeed worthy of being the peak of the human-rank Do skills. They had just made contact when the frightening Do Qi that was contained within them immediately swept out. The collision of the two kinds of destructive forces caused the empty space within a 50-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter. If it was not forcefully stopped, it was likely that the entire ginseng spirit world would be affected. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He had focused all his attention on the fight, and had forgotten that he was in the ginseng spirit world. Once those storms swept out, it was likely that the ginseng spirit world would suffer quite a great loss. Cuckoo, relax and go. Leave these matters to the old me. There is no need to alarm the other ginseng spirit tribe members about the small fights between you younger generation. At this moment, Luo Ao's faint laughter was transmitted over in a faint manner. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and an invisible pressure swiftly swept out. It forcefully stopped the Do Qi storm when it swept out. At Luo Ao's level, he was already so powerful just by relying on his pressure. He was actually able to use his pressure to forcefully stop Do Qi. This move caused Xiao Yan to be extremely shocked in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to solidify a place with a flick of his finger when he reached that level. With Luo Ao's attack, the storm was naturally unable to continue spreading. The empty space where Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were located had completely become their dual stage. In an instant, it attracted quite a number of ginseng spirit tribe members who flew over to observe the fight. When the first ruler glow scattered, Luo Jin's clear wind chop had also been completely digested. The two of them could be considered to be evenly matched in this first exchange. Haha, it is indeed worthy of being a Do skill that has been comprehended after advancing. Such strength is indeed extraordinary. It is fortunate that I have already practiced this clear wind chop to the point of perfection. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for me to match it. At this moment, the difference between a self-created Do skill and an obtained Do skill was displayed. Although Xiao Yan was also relying on his state in order to unleash the strength of this ruler to the greatest extent, he was able to match Luo Jin's clear wind chop, which had been practiced to the point of perfection. This was indeed a clear advantage. If Xiao Yan were to further practice this ruler in the future, it was likely that Luo Jin's clear wind chop would no longer be a match for him. In the face of the strength displayed by this ruler, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. However, as he knit his brows, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This was because he could clearly sense that there were still continuous moves after that one ruler attack. However, because the ruler attack just now was merely an experiment, Xiao Yan did not use all of them. It was just that he did not know just how strong the continuous moves would be after that one ruler attack. Chapter 244. Aha, brother Yin Xiao, what are you thinking about? During a fight, you must not be distracted. Sensing the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes, Luo Jin laughed loudly, pulling Xiao Yan, who was considering whether to try a combo attack, back to reality. Xiao Yan also laughed heartily when he heard this. He knew that Luo Jin would definitely not hold back against him today. Since this was the case, he could let go of his courage and give it a try. It was also a good opportunity to see what great benefits Xiao Yan had gained from entering the state of mind this time around. Aha, good. Since this is the case, brother Luo Jin, just give it your all. I also want to see just how powerful this Do technique that I have just comprehended is. Faced with Luo Jin's reminder, Xiao Yan also laughed heartily. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous black ruler with an imposing aura spun agilely in Xiao Yan's palm like a long spear. Finally, Xiao Yan's palm exerted a little force and the enormous ruler was easily inserted into a crack on the ground at an angle. From the looks of it, this was a demonstration of strength. However, Luo Jin became increasingly excited because of this. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. From the looks of Xiao Yan's ruler just now, it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Yan in terms of Do techniques if he did not take out a truly powerful technique. Since this was the case, haha, brother Yin Xiao, I'm coming. With a loud laugh, a graceful Do Qi light pillar immediately shot out from Luo Jin's eyes toward Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan once again laughed heartily. He took half a step back and withdrew his right hand to his waist. His palm was flat and a flame-like Do Qi surged out and covered the surface of his palm. Yellow spring palm. Both of Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the Do Qi light pillar that was shooting toward him. The strength in his palm also became increasingly agglomerated. The moment the Do-Chi light pillar attacked, his muscular body suddenly moved violently, and his palm violently met the light pillar. Bang! However, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened the next moment. That Do-Chi light pillar, which was filled with an imposing aura, was easily shattered by his yellow spring palm. This seemingly aggressive fighting aura beam was actually just a cover. Haha, brother Yin Xiao over here. The instant Xiao Yan paused, Luo Jin's laughter sounded from the side of Xiao Yan's body. From the sound of his voice, it seemed like Luo Jin was quite satisfied with his move. Without any hesitation, Luo Jin threw a palm at Xiao Yan as he spat out the words from his mouth. Even though he was surprised, Xiao Yan was after all someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His body suddenly shook and all the strength in his body gathered on his left shoulder that was close to Luo Jin's side. Do-Chi violently surged. With a low shout in his heart, he used his left shoulder to meet Luo Jin's palm that was smashing towards him. Octane Blast. The Octane Blast was Xiao Yan's first Xian class Do technique. Although its tier was not high, its advantage was that it was extremely overbearing. After so many years of practice, Xiao Yan's control of the Octane Blast was extremely smooth. Now that Xiao Yan used it once again, as long as he was willing, he could casually use the Octane Blast from every part of his body. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength of the Octane Blast when he used it again was definitely not inferior to a Tian class Do technique. Back then, Yao Lao had told Xiao Yan that the Octane Blast could be comparable to a D-class Do technique when practiced to its limit. However, now, Xiao Yan had used his own absolute strength to suppress this limit, allowing the Octane Blast to successfully enter a new level. Under Xiao Yan's repeated immersion, perhaps there would be a time when the Octane Blast in his hand could once again be upgraded and become a true D-class, or even Tian class Do technique. Bang! When the two came into contact, the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were as hard as steel. Luo Jin's face was also filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Since when could the shoulders be used to display Do techniques? The group of Spirit Ginseng tribe members who were watching the fight from outside were similarly shocked in their hearts. These Spirit Ginseng tribe members whose strength had reached the Band D class or higher were also extremely shocked by Xiao Yan's actions at this moment. They were all practitioners, but they did not know that one could actually use these parts of the body to display Do techniques. This is too unbelievable. The shoulders can actually release Do techniques. How is this possible? That's right. How is this possible? In history, I don't think I have ever heard of such a method of releasing Do techniques. Shocked and incredulous words spread around the periphery of this space. When these words entered Luo Jin's ears, the latter involuntarily let out a soft laugh. He laughed at the ignorance of the people who were speaking. Their weak strength and the seclusion of their tribe had caused them to know less and less about the control of their strength. If this continued, the Spirit Ginseng tribe would be annihilated before outsiders came to exterminate them. A Do technique is just a way for a practitioner to release their own strength. The reason why most practitioners inject their own Do Chi or Genesis Chi into their limbs and weapons is because they are already used to that kind of fighting style. But a Do technique is ultimately a Do technique. As long as one is willing, it doesn't matter where one can release the Do technique. What is important is the degree of mastery of the Do technique. After a sneer, Luo Jin's explanation instantly silenced the disbelieving Spirit Ginseng tribe members. In this place, besides Patriarch Qing Mu, Luo Jin was the most authoritative person. His words were indisputable. This was also Qing Mu's order. The two similarly strong Do techniques were in a stalemate for a couple of minutes before Xiao Yan's steel-like black-colored clothes actually split apart and formed a crack line that appeared like an explosion. In comparison, Luo Jin's Do technique was indeed a little stronger. It was no wonder that it was like this. When Luo Jin saw this, a smile involuntarily rose from the corners of his mouth. But when he looked at Xiao Yan, he found that Xiao Yan was also looking at him with a smile. With a blank expression, Luo Jin also felt that something was not quite right. However, when he focused his attention and looked over, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted a heaven-shaking explosive cry. His tiger body suddenly shook and a wild and ferocious huge force shook Luo Jin's body a few steps back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth let out an explosive cry. Octane blast. Explode. Luo Jin's expression instantly changed. Under Xiao Yan's ingenious control, Luo Jin hadn't discovered the 8 layers of hidden force of the octane blast in time. At this moment, the hidden force had already entered his body. If he tried to break it now, he would be in a mess again. While Luo Jin was busy breaking the 8 layers of hidden force in his body, Xiao Yan laughed loudly. He unceremoniously swung the black heavy Xian ruler by his side. At the same time that Luo Jin broke the hidden force in his body, he used the huge ruler's wide body to viciously slap Luo Jin. The faces of the spirit participating tribe members outside the battleground also revealed a sour expression. They stared intently at the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand as he violently swung it. If Xiao Yan had used a Do technique on top of this ruler, the explosive force would naturally be enough to cause Luo Jin to be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan only did this for the sake of satisfying himself. He only used brute force to send Luo Jin flying. With the latter's physical body, he naturally wouldn't suffer any fatal injuries. At the very most, he would only suffer some physical pain. Brother Luo Jin? Yes. Luo Jin had just broken the terrifying hidden force in his body, and had yet to recover when Xiao Yan's faint laughter was transmitted over. This also caused Luo Jin to reflexively raise his head and let out a soft yes. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan carried an evil smile on his face. That terrifying huge black ruler also faced Luo Jin's delicate and handsome face. Luo Jin felt a chill on his back. At this moment he suddenly recovered. However, it was already too late. Ugh, it's over. The moment he saw the huge black ruler, Luo Jin helplessly said in his heart, knowing that he couldn't dodge. Chapter 245. Bang. A bang sounded. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Jin's body was like a soccer ball as it drew a parabola in the air. After which, it violently smashed into the peak of a mountain, and was deeply embedded within it. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's right leg abruptly took half a step back. The empty space under his feet instantly collapsed. With a twist of his wrist, the heavy Xian ruler was placed diagonally behind his back. At this moment, his bright eyes were slowly shut as he focused his mind. Xiao Yan did his best to think about the set of Do techniques that he had comprehended in the state of mind earlier. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the state of mind had yet to completely disperse to use it once again with all his strength. This time around, he wanted to use all of the subsequent moves after the one ruler. At the same time, he wanted to see just what kind of strength this Do technique, which relied on the state of mind to comprehend, had when used with all his strength. Ha! This is a duel we agreed on. Why are you slapping my face? With an explosive cry, Luo Jin flew out from the pile of rock fragments. Other than appearing to be in a slightly miserable state, Luo Jin did not suffer any substantial injuries. Therefore, the moment he came out, he could not help but point at Xiao Yan's nose and angrily shout loudly. At this moment, Xiao Yan was completely immersed in his mind. Only his spiritual strength was spreading throughout the entire space. The aura on the heavy Xian ruler also gradually rose. The mysterious symbols on the body of the huge black ruler were also filled with a crimson-red flame-like Do Qi. A wild and violent destructive force was slowly agglomerating within the huge ruler. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately let go of the joking thoughts in his heart. Xiao Yan's current appearance clearly indicated that he was going to use the Do technique from before. The first time he used it, Xiao Yan was only limited to a short span of a few breaths. Logically speaking, it was a little rushed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was immersed in it. If he were to use all of his strength again, the strength would likely be even more terrifying than before. In this way, Luo Jin did not have any extra time to imagine how strong the Do technique would be. A certain amount of time was needed to use a human-ranked Do technique. This was the case for Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Since his clear wind chop was able to cancel out the previous strike, it should be able to do the same this time. Facing the Do technique that Xiao Yan was about to use, Luo Jin's heart was much calmer with his first experience. After all, only unfamiliar things would cause uncertainty to arise in one's heart. With a wave of his hand, the whisking jade fan appeared, and a familiar scene appeared once more. The group of spirit participating clan members outside the arena also used various gazes to observe the two people in the arena. To the elite Do Di, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin in the arena could be considered dragons among men. Not only did they possess extraordinary strength, but the Do skills in their hands also caused these elite Do Di to covet them. Amidst the silence, Xiao Yan, who had been silent with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his head. The instant he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out, causing others to be unable to look directly at him. At the same time, Xiao Yan held the giant ruler in one hand and bent his right leg slightly as he stepped backward. He recalled the scene when the waves of trees swept over the sea of trees. Ha! With a thunder-like cry, Xiao Yan's body instantly shot out. At the same time, the giant ruler in his hand swept across the empty space in front of him. 100,000 feet majestic ruler glow instantly shot out from the tip of the ruler, forcefully tearing the surrounding empty space into pieces. It carried an unparalleled, terrifying force as it blasted toward Luo Jin. Feeling that the strength of the ruler glow was even more frightening than before, Luo Jin's heart involuntarily became solemn. As expected, under Xiao Yan's full strength, the strength of this Do technique had once again risen to another level. If he was unable to unleash the full strength of the clear wind chop, it was likely that Luo Jin would suffer quite a great loss when facing this ruler glow. Under his full strength, Luo Jin had also completely let go. He wildly poured the Do Qi in his body into the whisking jade fan in his hand. The green-colored Do Qi light illuminated the dark empty space. The surface of Luo Jin's body was also covered by a green light. Ha 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 ha, come brother Yin Xiao. Let me see just how terrifying this Do technique that you have comprehended with the help of the concept is under your full strength. As his voice sounded, Luo Jin's mouth suddenly emitted an explosive cry. He waved his hand and the closed whisking jade fan opened with a schwa sound. Green light shot out in all directions, painting with the clear wind taking form. Using the wind as a blade, clear wind chop. As the stern cry sounded, the whisking jade fan, which was already completely covered by the green light, instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. 100,000 feet green light was instantly formed. It expanded explosively against the wind and violently smashed toward the majestic ruler glow that was heading toward him. When the two came into contact, the scene that had appeared earlier was once again played out. Luo Jin observed the two energies that were mutually consuming each other in the arena. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of joy. However, before Luo Jin could rejoice, Xiao Yan on the other side once again let out a shocking furious cry from his mouth. He once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. Qi. At this moment, not only Luo Jin, but many of the Ban Di and Do Di experts outside of the arena, even old Luo, had eyes that were filled with shock as they watched the scene in the arena. Within a short few minutes, Xiao Yan had actually once again displayed that ruler technique Do technique. That's right. As Xiao Yan's giant ruler swept across the empty space, another majestic ruler glow that did not lose to the former shot out. It instantly caught up with the former, and merged with the first ruler glow. Buzz buzz buzz. The fire-like bright red Do Qi dyed the empty space. The 100,000 feet long ruler glow suddenly brightened greatly. The aura on it also followed the trend and soared. Within a couple of breaths, it had suppressed the might of the clear wind chop. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone outside of the arena changed once again. It was one thing to consecutively display two human-class Do techniques, but why was this Do technique merged? Old Luo's eyesight was naturally not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The moment he saw the ruler glow, he had already made his own judgment in his heart. At this moment, when he saw that the ruler glow that came after had actually merged perfectly with the former, he immediately understood in his heart that Xiao Yan's set of Do technique was not just a simple ruler. Instead, it had subsequent consecutive moves. One ruler after another, wave after wave. The final superimposed result would likely be even more terrifying than he had imagined. This time around, Luo Jin was indeed a little too careless. This set of Do technique of Xiao Yan was really not easy to deal with. At this moment, the only thing that he could hope for in his heart was that this Do technique could only be used for one ruler. If that was the case, it was not impossible for Luo Jin to receive it. However, if not, it was likely that not only would he have to exhaust all of his tricks, he would also exhaust quite a lot of his own do qi. Bang! There was not much time left for Luo Jin. In merely a moment, the clear wind chop was finally forcefully shattered by the ruler glow that still had an incomparably powerful aura under its tenacious resistance. Seeing this, Luo Jin's heart was immediately slightly startled. He kept the jade fan into his storage ring with one hand, and the seals in his hand swiftly changed. The do qi in his body also crazily surged into his palm. When the ruler glow attacked, a bright green light also shone from Luo Jin's palm. The strength of this attack from Luo Jin was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the clear wind chop. Moreover, if one were to carefully observe it, it was likely that this attack was even stronger than the clear wind chop. This was one of the many trump cards that Luo Jin possessed. Whenever he used it, he had always been successful. He believed that if he were to use it today, it would definitely not disappoint him. A palm was thrown out and a crystal-like green palm fell from Luo Jin's hand and blasted explosively toward the majestic ruler glow. The crystal palm flew in the empty air. The originally quiet surroundings suddenly became a blowing hurricane. The crystal palm faced the hurricane and grew rapidly. By the time it arrived in front of the ruler glow, the crystal palm was already 100,000 feet in size. Bang! This time around, when the two collided, an intense collision sound suddenly reverberated throughout the area. An ear-piercing sonic boom repeatedly sounded like firecrackers. If it were not for old Luo's barrier, it was likely that the spirit participant tribe members outside of the arena would have been affected. This crystal palm was indeed worthy of being one of Luo Jin's trump cards. In an instant, it was actually able to fight the ruler glow to a draw. It was difficult to determine the victor. Another explosive cry sounded. Luo Jin was suppressed by this sound until the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched intensely. It was really the case that whatever he was afraid of would happen. Earlier, he was still rejoicing in his heart that the chain attack was only 1 foot long. This time around he was shocked. This monster. At the same time that his heart was greatly shaken, Luo Jin's heart was also bitterly laughing as he cursed. However, he did not dare to be careless in his heart. A human-class do technique was not ordinary. Even he could not use it multiple times. Luo Jin only hoped that Xiaoyan would stop while he was ahead. After all, even if it was a chain attack, the exhaustion of do qi would be extremely frightening. There was no reason for Xiaoyan to exhaust so much do qi just for a momentary victory. Qi. After 5 feet, Xiaoyan finally stopped with a pale face. It was not that he wanted to stop. Xiaoyan wanted to know where the end of this ruler technique was. However, after the 7th foot, Xiaoyan was unable to swing it even if he wanted to. This was because at this time, the do qi in Xiaoyan's body had been completely exhausted. It was obviously impossible for him to swing the 8th foot. Moreover, Xiaoyan also faintly sensed that even if he had sufficient do qi, he would not be able to swing the 8th foot. After the 7th foot, Xiaoyan actually forgot how to swing the huge ruler in an instant. That strange feeling also abruptly disappeared from Xiaoyan's body. The concept had completely disappeared. Xiaoyan also felt a trace of something else at the end. After the 7th foot, there seemed to be a barrier. It was because of this that Xiaoyan was unable to continue comprehending the 8th foot. In other words, this ruler technique can at the very most be swung 7 feet? Xiaoyan quietly thought in his heart. Guyu did not reply. The result could only wait for Xiaoyan to confirm it himself. On the other side, Luo Jin's heart had already completely given up on any resistance as he faced the 5 ruler lights that had merged once again. 7 ruler lights had been merged. This set of do techniques was already the peak existence among the human class do techniques. If it was mastered, it would likely be comparable to a Ling class do technique. In the face of such a frightening do technique, Luo Jin would have difficulty resisting it even if he used all of his trump cards. Hence, rather than making a pointless resistance, it would be more appropriate to hand this mess over to the powerful old Luo to deal with. Elder Luo helplessly smiled after noticing Luo Jin's gaze. His heart was aware of the strength of the ruler technique. He did not joke around. His body flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. An admiration flashed across Elder Luo's eyes as he faced the frightening ruler light that had shattered the crystal hand. The strength of this ruler technique was likely far from being as simple as a human class Do technique. If Xiaoyan were to properly practice it, it would definitely become a great trump card of Xiaoyan's in the future. Elder Luo raised his hand, his palm aimed at the majestic ruler light. A domineering aura that belonged to an expert quietly spread, causing the spirit participating tribe members to involuntarily reveal respectful eyes. Elder Luo only calmly raised his eyes when the ruler light approached him. Elder Luo displayed an indifferent attitude in the face of this frightening Do technique that could defeat any elite bandit below the 9-star level. Do Qi. This was something that he had practiced in his early years. If one were to talk about it, there was indeed a great distance between him and the current him. Stop. An extremely calm stop word appeared to have dominated this entire place. At this moment, it appeared as though time had stilled. Even the Do Qi that was circulating within the bodies of everyone present had stopped. The ruler light was naturally no exception. Elder Luo gently waved his hand. The Do Qi ruler light, which had already become unusually wild and violent, instantly hid its wild and violent aura. It turned into numerous bright red flowing lights that agglomerated into a cluster. Elder Luo gently waved his hand, and the pure Do Qi light cluster appeared to have found its owner. It rushed into the vortex within Xiaoyan's body in a flash. Xiaoyan's expression also swiftly turned around at this moment. This seemingly simple scene caused everyone present to feel shocked. Xiaoyan was also so shocked by this move of Elder Luo that he was unable to recover for a long while. Luo Jin looked at the ruler light that had disappeared. The anxiety in his heart also disappeared. Cuckoo, you little fellow, your luck is really good. You have profited from a disaster, and have actually comprehended such an extraordinary Do technique. Use it well. In the future, it will definitely become a great trump card for you. Elder Luo carelessly restored the dark empty space to its original state. His body moved and arrived in front of Xiaoyan as he smiled and spoke to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded. He was certain that this ruler technique that he had comprehended today would likely add firewood to Xiaoyan's overall strength in the future. Haha, that's right. This Do technique of Brother Yan Xiao is likely an invincible existence among the entire man-class Do techniques. If it were not for the fact that my weapon was not a huge ruler, I would definitely be curious about this level of Do technique. Luo Jin also walked forward. His tone similarly carried praise. He was the first to experience the strength of this ruler technique Do technique. No one could replace his judgment. Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, the old me can see that this ruler technique of yours has already been completed. Its strength is also quite extraordinary. Since this is the case and it is also a man-class Do technique, you should give it a name. Xiaoyan nodded. He understood in his heart that this Do technique was created by him when he had advanced to the Do realm. He had once used a ruler to shatter the empty space and break the horizon. Its strength could be said to be breaking the sky. It was also divided into 7 feet. Xiaoyan immediately had a name in his heart. Cuckoo, I have thought it through. Since this ruler technique is divided into 7 feet, then I will call it the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Chapter 246. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan had already been in the ginseng spiritual world for 10 days. In the outside world, Xiaoyan, the champion of this year's alchemist conference and the rank 2 alchemist who had refined an emperor-grade complete pill, had completely disappeared for 10 days after the alchemist conference. Many forces in the ancient wilderness city were incomparably shocked by this. A living person, a dignified half-emperor expert, had actually quietly disappeared after the alchemist conference. This was enough to attract the attention of these people. During these 10 days, those various clans and factions who had originally come to visit Xiaoyan were finally unable to endure any longer. They either took the initiative to give up or felt that Xiaoyan was purposely being arrogant. Hence, they left one after another. The Alchemist Guild also didn't give any explanation. This was because they didn't know where Xiaoyan had gone after leaving. Furthermore, no one in the ancient wilderness had seen Xiaoyan leave the city. Those who knew that Xiaoyan had the Lightning Void Pool invitation in his hands also had some guesses in their hearts. The Lightning Void Pool wasn't an ordinary cultivation material. It was a creation of heaven and earth that could rapidly increase the strength of a half-emperor expert. Given Xiao Yan's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up on it. Even if he left the city, Xiao Yan would definitely return within 2 months. Of course, there were also many people who cast doubtful gazes at the Yunin Pavilion. They still remembered that during the Alchemist Conference, Elder Xian had represented the Yunin Pavilion to speak up for Xiao Yan. Given Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, perhaps he really would be valued by the Yunin Pavilion. Perhaps Xiao Yan was currently in the Yunin Pavilion. Unfortunately, even though everyone had their own thoughts, what kind of power was the Yunin Pavilion? Not only in the ancient wilderness city, but even in the entire southern region, there were many people who were afraid of it. If they wanted to find someone, they absolutely couldn't go to the Yunin Pavilion. Even if Xiao Yan was indeed inside, they absolutely couldn't go there. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Yunin Pavilion's deterrence was in the southern region. At this moment, there were a couple of human figures wearing embroidered robes seated around a table in a certain remote and quiet house within the savage ancient city that was covered in dust. These few people were none other than MOD and the others who had fled in a panic during the Alchemist Grand Meeting. However, at this moment, other than MOD, Yanbing and Old Weirdo Hu, there was another completely unfamiliar person present. Humph! That little bastard is actually so cowardly. In order to hide from us, he actually went missing again. MOD's eyes were dark. A fury immediately rose in his heart when he thought of Xiao Yan. The reputation that he had accumulated over many years had been snatched away by a member of the younger generation. The things that Xiao Yan had obtained should belong to him. Hiding from us? By him. It. Yanbing's eyes narrowed. Her ice-cold gaze caused the few people in the room to feel a chill rise from their backs. Old Freak, whose eyes flickered slightly. He took a glance at the 3 people sitting before him. However, he was well-behaved and did not say anything. Although that guy who came later was not as strong as him, he was still a peak late-stage half-martial emperor expert. At this moment, MOD appeared to be following Yanbing's lead. Old Freak, who was the weakest person in this group. Thus, he naturally had to be extremely careful. Hearing Yanbing's words, MOD frowned. In his heart, he thought that Yanbing was trying to boost the morale of others and diminish her own prestige. With Yanbing's peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor strength, how could she be afraid of a lifeless puppet? As for Elder Xian, she could just hand him over to Old Monster Hu. There was no need to fight to the death. As long as she could delay him and give Yanbing enough time, it would be enough. Elder Yanbing, this, humph. Do you think that Gu Li and Qi Lin are just decorations? The 2 of them have been brothers for many years. Their cooperation is very good. If the 2 of them were to join hands, even I would have to expend a lot of effort. How could you possibly kill Yan Xiao with just these people? Those words were like a basin of cold water that was directly poured over MOD's head. The anger that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Seeing this, that 7-star half-martial emperor knew that Yanbing was extremely dissatisfied with this MOD. If it wasn't for him, Yanbing wouldn't have gotten into a relationship with Xiao Yan and wouldn't have gotten into trouble with that Zhou Tai. Seeing that Yanbing was angry, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, where exactly did this Yan Xiao go? To be able to disappear from the ancient savage city without a trace is something that is impossible. There are many half-martial emperors in the city. Even the slightest fluctuation of Dou Qi would be discovered by them. Furthermore, that Yan Xiao is an alchemist. The Dou Qi within his body is even more explosive. Once he makes any movement, he will definitely be discovered." Only after hearing those words did Yanbing suppress the anger in her heart. Her eyes narrowed and she fiercely poured a mouthful of tea into her cup. Immediately after, she clenched her hand and the jade teacup instantly turned into powder. The powder drifted down from between her fingers. No matter where he is right now, we only need to wait for him in the lightning pool. I don't believe that the group from the Yunin Pavilion will still send people in to protect him. Haha, that's true. As long as we wait until Brother Zhang Hao successfully breaks through to the 8-star half-martial emperor realm, we will immediately go and find them. At that time it will be the time of Yan Xiao and Gu Li's death. Old freak who added with a smile that was not a smile. However, this caused an extremely cold glint to instantly flash through Yan Bing's eyes. She glanced at the 7-star half-martial emperor called Zhang Hao. Then, she looked at Old Freak Who and said with an extremely overbearing tone, "No. Wait until I break through to the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. I will personally kill the 3 of them." This cold shout caused MOD and Old Freak Who's hearts to immediately freeze. The 2 of them faintly exchanged glances. Immediately after, they looked at Yan Bing and fiercely nodded their heads. The instant Old Freak Who nodded his head, a trace of cold sweat slowly dripped down from the hair on both sides of his face. On a mountain peak in the ginseng spiritual world, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly withdrew from his training state. The surging do qi in his body was gradually suppressed. The whistling sound of wind around him also returned to calmness. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The sky gradually darkened. At the far end of one's line of sight, there were strands of golden-colored light that were reluctant to part. At this moment, the azure blue sky was suffused with red light. The burning clouds were like raging flames as they hung in the sky. Xiao Yan's gaze was calm as he watched the golden-colored light. His gaze gradually turned into a focused one. The golden-colored light that was reflected from deep within his eyes transformed into a green-clothed absolute beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. It was Xiao Yan's wife, Sun Er. Xiao Yan gently raised his hand. Do qi emerged from his palm and gradually condensed in front of Xiao Yan. Sun Er and Kai Lin's equally gorgeous and exceptional appearance appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Sun Er, Kai Lin, I have unknowingly left the Do Qi continent for a year. Have the both of you been well during these days that I was not around? Xiao Yan gently lifted his hand and gently rubbed the faces of the 2 illusionary beauties in front of him. It was as though they were right in front of him. Although being away from home for a year was not considered long for experts like them, the isolation of the continent had caused them to miss each other even more. Do Qi Continent, Central Plains, within the territory of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. At this moment, a couple of human figures were standing in front of a vast lake. The one leading them was an extremely beautiful woman with an extremely cold demeanor. Beside her was a beauty that did not lose to the former. She was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Beside these 2 women, there was a tall and burly man standing upright. Thank you, Tribal Chief Yao Ming, for lending this 9 serene spring to me. The first to open her mouth was the leading beauty. The other woman beside her smiled and nodded in agreement after her words sounded. She threw a grateful look at Yao Ming. Aha! What is there to thank me for? It is merely a small matter. The yellow spring blood crystals in the 9 serene spring have all been collected. It is likely that my tribe will not need it for a long time. Since this is the case, I might as well do you a favor and lend it to Sister Kai Lin. Ha ha ha. This exceptional woman and the one beside her were surprisingly Kai Lin and Sun Er. Sun Er's eyes contained a worried expression as she looked at Kai Lin after the matter of the 9 serene spring was resolved. She frowned and said, Kai Lin, are you really planning to enter? I am worried. Kai Lin smiled warmly when she heard Sun Er's concerned words. She nodded and slowly extended her jade-like hand. She held Sun Er's soft and delicate hand. What is there to be worried about? I am merely going in to take a look. It will not be too late to tell me if anything happens. Moreover, with my current strength, I can go anywhere on the Do Qi continent. It is merely a lake. I can just go in. There is nothing to be worried about. Kai Lin quickly opened her mouth after speaking. She seemed to have convinced Sun Er. Before Sun Er could open her mouth, Kai Lin laughed. Moreover, aren't you afraid that that fellow will forget about us after going to a new world? What will happen to us if he is unfaithful and finds another wife? If it is really possible, I will go over and keep an eye on him. Let's see if he dares to fool around. Kai Lin and Sun Er involuntarily laughed after these words were spoken, causing Yao Ming by the side to curl his mouth. The 2 women chatted and laughed as they gave some instructions. Although Sun Er was unwilling, Kai Lin insisted on doing so. Sun Er could not stop her even if she wanted to. Instead of feeling helpless and worried, it was better to pray for Kai Lin and hope that nothing would happen to her in the 9 serene spring. At the same time, Sun Air began to miss Xiaoyan amidst the laughter from earlier. She had nearly forgotten that Xiaoyan had left the Doqi continent for over a year with the flow of time. Her heart missed him even more when she thought of him now. She wished that she could immediately enter the mysterious tunnel from back then and head to where Xiaoyan was to search for Xiaoyan. Kai Lin's lovely body shook while Sun Air was absent-minded. Her gentle and pretty body instantly appeared on the surface of the lake. She glanced at Sun Air and Yao Ming on the shore. A grave expression was revealed on Kai Lin's pretty face. She did not know just what was at the bottom of the 9 serene spring. The reason why she wanted to go down was because she wanted to understand why the enormous 7-colored heaven-swallowing python tribe from back then ended up in such a state. Chapter 247. As time swiftly flowed by, Xiaoyan had unknowingly disappeared from the savage ancient city for half a month. Although Xiaoyan's concealment had stirred quite a great storm within the wasteland, this storm merely lasted for less than half a month before it was gradually suppressed by the increasing number of Band D experts within the ancient wasteland city. There would be new stories happening in the ancient city every day. Even though Xiaoyan was a genius and his alchemy skills were unprecedented in the ancient city, the stories of the ancient city would not stop for Xiaoyan alone. When some of the experts in the ancient city noticed the group of half-emperors swarming over, they could not help but be curious about who they were. However, they quickly reacted. Apart from the void lightning pool that only appeared once every 100 years, there was probably no other reason that could make so many half-step emperors swarm over here in the ancient savage city. At this moment, some of the old people in the city who knew about this matter suddenly realized that there was only 1.5 months left until the opening of the lightning pool. It was no wonder that these half-step emperors, who usually cultivated in seclusion, would all come to the wildlands. If nothing major happened, they wouldn't be in the mood to come here. It was already difficult for half-emperors, especially high-level half-emperors, to increase their strength at their current level. It was somewhat unrealistic to rely on heavenly treasures that could increase a half-emperor's strength. After all, this was the border of the continent, a barren land. How could there be any exceptional cultivation resources? Even if there were, they would have been taken by the powerful magical beasts long ago. How could it be so easy to snatch them from their hands? Rather than looking for trouble, it was better to cultivate peacefully. In comparison, this was the right way to go. But now, the void lightning pool was an anomaly among the numerous cultivation resources. In a short few days, almost 100 half-emperors had appeared in the ancient city. Such a huge lineup could be considered extremely powerful even in the entire southern region. Almost 100 half-emperors had gathered in the ancient city. For a time, the entire ancient city became extraordinarily lively. Everyone had naturally forgotten about the genius Xiaoyan. However, as more and more half-emperors appeared in the bustling ancient city, trouble arose in the ancient city. The strength of a half-step emperor was naturally undeniable. If 2 half-step emperors were to fight each other, it would be very difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Thus, generally speaking, even if there were conflicts between half-step emperors, they would try their best to avoid fighting each other. However, even though they were all half-emperors and were usually apprehensive of each other, the situation was different now. The opening of the void lightning pool was getting closer and closer. However, there were only a total of 30 lightning pool invitations. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. Currently, there were nearly 100 half-martial emperors in the ancient savage city. However, less than a third of them would be able to enter the lightning pool in the end. This result would cause most of the half-emperors to have wasted their trip. However, half-emperors were half-emperors. Which one of them did not have any pride in their hearts after reaching this level of cultivation? They had painstakingly made this trip for the sake of obtaining a lightning pool invitation. However, in the end, they had come for nothing. This was something that they could not accept. Thus, even if they were unable to enter the void lightning pool, these half-emperors would definitely not be willing to be spectators. As a result, the continuous battle in the savage ancient city officially unfolded in the void. This was not only for the sake of obtaining the qualifications to enter the void lightning pool. It was also to display the results of their cultivation. It could be considered as a form of showing off, a different kind of competition. President Gu Li and Qi Lin stood in the inner courtyard of the Alchemist Guild. The two of them raised their heads and looked at the battle in the sky where Do Qi surged. They could not help but sigh softly. Ugh, where exactly did that brat Yin Xiao go? The void lightning pool is about to open, but he just had to go missing at this time. Gu Li could not help but shake his head when he thought of Xiao Yan. He was also very curious about Xiao Yan's whereabouts. After Xiao Yan left the Alchemist Association that day, he appeared to have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. This appeared incomparably strange. Qi Lin also frowned slightly when he heard this. He was extremely worried for Xiao Yan. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. Gu Li, do you think that Yin Xiao would have been by MOD? Before he finished speaking, Gu Li waved his hand gently and shook his head once again. He said, impossible. Back then, Zhoutai was still in the ancient city and they had fled miserably. They clearly knew how powerful Zhoutai was and would definitely not rashly attack Yin Xiao. Yen Bing was very clear about this point. Once he was discovered, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now all we can do is to wait and see. Perhaps, while we are worried about Yin Xiao, he might be sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger from afar. Gu Li's old eyes narrowed as he pondered in his heart. He once again looked at the increasingly fiery battle circle in the sky, and quietly said in his heart, after all, wasn't he also like this the last time? Ginseng spirit whirled on the mountain peak. Xiao Yan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyelids trembled slightly as he exited his cultivation state. He turned his head and saw old Luo's figure slowly walking over from a short distance behind him. Luo Jin, who was following beside him, had already left the ginseng spirit world. Xiao Yan swiftly stood up and respectfully bowed when he saw the person who had arrived. Although he was already familiar with old Luo, an elder was still an elder and a senior was still a senior. In terms of etiquette, Xiao Yan would rarely be inferior to others. Of course, that was built on the basis of mutual respect between both parties. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If you respect me, I will return you 10 times over. This was Xiao Yan's principle all along. Old Luo smiled and nodded as a return of the greeting. Compared to Xiao Yan, old Luo was extremely casual. Etiquette was just a superficial act to him. However, he was quite satisfied with Xiao Yan's attitude. Haha, if there is nothing else, this old man will not bother to disturb your cultivation. However, I'm afraid that you will have to leave now. Old Luo walked in front of Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Hearing old Luo's words, Xiao Yan was immediately stunned. Did these words mean that he wanted to chase him away? However, old Luo was not that kind of person. Could it be that he was from the ginseng spirit race? Xiao Yan frowned and did not know what to think. He even suspected that the person was from the ginseng spirit tribe. Haha, don't think too much. The ginseng spirit tribe is not an ungrateful tribe. The reason why I want you to leave is that someone has come looking for you. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but be slightly surprised. Looking for him? Outside of the ginseng spirit tribe, Xiao Yan had never mentioned to anyone that he had come to the ginseng spirit world. How could anyone know that he was here? However, judging from the smile on old Luo's face, the person who was looking for him should not be looking for trouble. In that case, he might as well ask him how he knew that he was here. Chapter 248. Hum. As a circular invisible energy ripple spread apart, a delicate and handsome young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, which appeared to be extremely dilapidated. At this moment, a figure was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance of the courtyard. He was hesitating whether he should enter or not. Everyone in the wildlands knew that this small courtyard was the residence of the expert called Elder Luo. Today he had come here to confirm the guess in his heart. Yin Xiao had been missing for half a month. During this half a month, the power structure in the wildlands' ancient city had been constantly changing. Half-martial emperors had gathered in the wildlands, causing the strength of the half-martial emperors in the wildlands' ancient city to continuously increase. Normally, a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to control a force. However, at this moment, They were insignificant among the half-martial emperors. At this moment, an unknown person had spread the news that besides Yan Xiao, who had already disappeared, there was actually a 3-star half-martial emperor in the Wildlands ancient city, who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. When this news spread, the half-martial emperors in the Wildlands ancient city instantly went crazy. Their bloody eyes, which were filled with greed, scanned every 3-star half-martial emperor. It was as if they wanted to see through their bones. Coincidentally, just as everyone was searching for that 3-star half-martial emperor, the news that came from an unknown place had once again spread wildly. This time, everyone's gazes were focused on Qin Zhong, who was familiar with Xiao Yan. That's right. At this moment, the person standing in front of the small courtyard was Qin Zhong. Currently, the Void Lightning Pool invitation was like a hot potato. Whoever obtained it would become the target of everyone. Other than those high-level half-martial emperors, the only person in the Wildlands ancient city that everyone knew was Qin Zhong, who possessed the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Therefore, in the past few days, the entire Wildlands ancient city had been in an uproar because of Qin Zhong. All those below 7-star half-martial emperors were frantically searching for Qin Zhong. If Qin Zhong did not know his own limits and knew that it was difficult for him to protect the Void Lightning Pool invitation with his current strength, he would have hidden himself long ago before the news spread. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to appear here. Standing outside the entryway, Qin Zhong was full of hesitation. There was both hope and worry in his heart. In fact, Qin Zhong did not know that Xiao Yan was at Elder Luo's place. This time, he was only trying his luck. He hoped to find Xiao Yan, but he did not want Xiao Yan to be his protector. Before this, Qin Zhong had secretly gone to the Alchemist Guild. He was now the target of public criticism. Everyone wanted to get the Void Lightning Pool invitation from him. Naturally, they had to be careful. Even the elders of the Alchemist Guild had to be on guard. After seeing Gu Li and Qi Lin, the two of them naturally knew about the relationship between Qin Zhong and Xiao Yan. Therefore, the two of them gave an honest answer regarding Xiao Yan's whereabouts. Although the answer was not satisfactory, Qin Zhong knew that they would not lie to him. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, the first place that Qin Zhong thought of was naturally what most people thought. Xiao Yan must be at the Yunin Pavilion. After all, everyone in the ancient wilderness city saw that Elder Xian stood up for Xiao Yan on behalf of the Yunin Pavilion that day. However, on second thought, Qin Zhong frowned. The Yunin Pavilion was bustling with business all day long, and there was no lack of half-emperor experts. If he went in, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Although the Yunin Pavilion had strict rules and absolutely prohibited fighting in it, even if his whereabouts were exposed, it would be a devastating blow to Qin Zhong. He was not at the Alchemist Guild, nor could he enter the Yunin Pavilion, nor could he leave the ancient wilderness city. Other than that, the only place that Xiao Yan could go was this quiet, dilapidated courtyard. Currently, this was the only place in the city that had any contact with Xiao Yan that ordinary people would not think of or dare to look for. Outside the entrance, Qin Zhong looked at the small courtyard in front of him nervously. Compared to looking for Xiao Yan, Elder Luo, who was in the courtyard, made him more nervous. Under such circumstances, the more hesitant a person was, the more nervous they would be. Ever since Qin Zhong had arrived, he had been standing in front of the entrance for nearly 2 hours. Needless to say, he was very nervous. At the moment, even his normal breathing had become rapid, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan came out of the ginseng spiritual world. His enormous soul power allowed him to immediately detect the person standing outside the entrance. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like he came here with the intention of giving it a try. Is it because of Elder Luo that he hasn't come in yet? Xiao Yan muttered under his breath and shook his head with a smile. Elder Luo's deterrence in the ancient wilderness city was really terrifying. With Qin Zhong's strength as a 3-star half-martial emperor, he could be considered an expert in the ancient wilderness city. Now that he had revealed such an appearance, it really made people sigh. Xiao Yan lifted his feet and walked towards the outer courtyard. The wooden door between the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard was closed. Therefore, Qin Zhong could not see Xiao Yan. Moreover, this small courtyard was enveloped by Elder Luo's aura. It was even more impossible to investigate. Haha, what a coincidence. Isn't this the Qin clan's ancestor? Why? You have nowhere to hide from those half-martial emperors, so you came here to seek protection from Elder Luo? Oh right, that Yan Xiao is somewhat related to Elder Luo. However, Elder Luo is helping Yan Xiao, not you. Just as Xiao Yan arrived in front of the wooden door, and was about to open it and leave, Qin Zhong, who was outside the entrance, looked behind him with a surprised expression. There, an old man with a gloomy face was slowly walking over. Looking at the old man's aura, it was actually several times stronger than Qin Zhong's. He was obviously a 6-star half-martial emperor expert. When Xiao Yan heard that voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The hand that he was about to raise slowly lowered once again. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His soul power spread out and observed the situation outside the entrance. Humph. If I'm not wrong, the news that the void lightning pool is attached to my body was spread by you. Li Gan. Qin Zhong narrowed his eyes and ignored Li Gan's words. He stared at the figure that was slowly walking away and berated angrily. The person who had arrived was the ancestor of the Li clan from the ancient city of Wildlands, Li Gan. Kuka brother Qin Zhong, you can't put it this way. The void lightning pool invitation is something that can be obtained by those who are capable. It is ultimately useless for someone like you to hide. When the time is right, the lightning invitation in your hands will inevitably be snatched away. My actions are merely to let you know your own limits. Li Gan did not deny Qin Zhong's furious rebuke. His footsteps did not pause as he spoke and walked directly toward Qin Zhong. You have already expected that I would come here. Qin Zhong's face carried a cautious expression as he spoke angrily. The dou qi within his body had already spread throughout his entire body. He was prepared to deal with Li Gan at any moment. Cuckoo, after all, the only person you can rely on in this ancient city of Wildlands is Yan Xiao. You are willing to risk your life for him. He will naturally remember this favor in his heart. Now that he is nowhere to be found, it is only natural that you would come here. However, it seems that you have come a little earlier than I had expected. The corner of Li Gan's mouth was lifted into a dark and evil smile. Both of his eyes overflowed with a cold glint. Xiao Yan and MOD's group were locked in an intense battle. Since this was the case, he would allow them to fight. It would be best if both parties were injured. He, on the other hand, was only concerned about the void lightning pool. Humph! What a good scheme. Even if this is the case, Brother Yan Xiao will definitely find out if you dare to kill me in front of old Luo's eyes. Qin Zhong's face twitched continuously. Li Gan in front of him was really a vicious person. Li Gan merely smiled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and said, "Who said that I want to kill you? I know that the outcome would be very troublesome. Therefore, I only want the void lightning pool invitation in your hands. That is enough." Qin Zhong's heart relaxed slightly. At the very least, Li Gan in front of him would not harm his life. However, he could not let his guard down. Humph! Even if you snatch the void lightning pool invitation from my hands, I'm afraid that you will not be able to protect it. Brother Qin Zhong, you don't have to worry about this. Qin Zhong wanted to stall for time, hoping that he would be able to think of a way to escape. The difference between a 3-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was too great. He absolutely could not face them head-on. However, Li Gan clearly did not want Qin Zhong to escape. Before his voice had even faded, Li Gan, who was only a few feet away from Qin Zhong, instantly moved and grabbed at Qin Zhong. Chapter 249. In the blink of an eye, Li Gan had arrived before Qin Zhong. A violent gale ruthlessly blew onto Qin Zhong's body, causing him to nearly suffocate. The oppressive might of a 6-star half-martial emperor completely poured onto Qin Zhong's body, causing him to be unable to move. Qin Zhong was unable to dodge this attack. As for Li Gan, he carried an incomparably frightening and vast aura as he ruthlessly grabbed at Qin Zhong's head. Although it was impossible for Li Gan to truly kill Qin Zhong, he was still confident in his ability to injure Qin Zhong. Even if Yan Xiao really came to find him, he would not be able to do anything to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong knew that he was no match for the incoming attack. However, Li Gan had already arrived in front of him. The surging Do Qi caused Qin Zhong to feel as if there was a thorn in his back. At this moment, it was already too late to retreat. In the end, Qin Zhong was not a coward. He, who had a fiery temper, was afraid of Li Gan because of the difference in strength. However, since the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to go all out and fight. Perhaps there might be a slight chance of turning things around. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Qin Zhong tried, his strength was only that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Compared to Li Gan, there was a difference of 3 stars. To Qin Zhong, such a difference in strength could be said to be the gap between heaven and earth. Sure enough, in merely a single exchange, Qin Zhong was only able to endure for a few breaths of time before being defeated by Li Gan's mocking gaze. In this battle, Qin Zhong did not even have the opportunity to counterattack. It was hard to imagine that when Xiaoyan fought with Li Gan, he was actually able to force the latter to admit defeat. How frightening was Xiaoyan's strength. TSK. You cannot be distracted when fighting. Just as Qin Zhong was feeling astonished by Xiaoyan's strength, Li Gan's cold laughter quietly sounded beside his ear. Bang! Without waiting for Qin Zhong to react, Li Gan's leg, which was filled with explosive and frightening power, had already ruthlessly smashed into Qin Zhong's abdomen. Qin Zhong's body flew out uncontrollably and smashed into the door of the small courtyard. His chest puffed out and blood spurted out from his mouth, dyeing a large area of the void red. TSK. You're merely a 3-star half-martial emperor. Yet you're actually distracted while fighting against me. You're really looking down on me. Li Gan sneered and slowly walked towards Qin Zhong. Although the blow just now was not enough to seriously injure Qin Zhong, it was enough to make it difficult for him to resist. Bah! Haha, Li Gan. Do you know why I was distracted just now? In the face of Li Gan's sneer, Qin Zhong revealed a mocking expression and laughed instead. Li Gan frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Zhong. A glint gathered in his eyes. He was already a little angry. Turbulent Do Qi slowly gathered in his palm under his sleeves. Ha. The reason why I was distracted just now was because I recalled the big battle between you and Yan Xiao. A 6-star half-martial emperor actually admitted defeat in front of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Ha. Li Gan was already unable to restrain his anger when these words left his mouth. His expression suddenly became gloomy. His body instantly moved and arrived in front of Qin Zhong, who had yet to stand up. He grabbed at Qin Zhong's neck. Bang! However, just as Qin Zhong was prepared to be brutally beaten up by Li Gan, who was in front of Qin Zhong, was suddenly sent flying. Like a cannonball, he violently smashed into the house. Yan Xiao. You're really here. Qin Zhong was immediately stunned when he saw the black-robed figure in front of him. Originally, he thought that he had merely fallen into Li Gan's trap. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan was actually here. In response, Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. He also did not expect that the reason why Qin Zhong would come here was actually because he had fallen into Li Gan's trap. However, this could be considered as trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Qin Zhong had actually encountered such luck. Li Gan, I gave you a chance last time. Unexpectedly, you actually set your sights on me again. Turning his head, Xiaoyan looked at Li Gan, who had walked out from the ruins. His eyes were filled with ice-cold intent. Previously, because old Luo was present and there were many experts from the ancient city of Wildlands watching, he did not kill Li Gan. However, he did not expect that Li Gan would actually dare to attack the people around him. He truly lived up to the word Gan in his name. Taking the full brunt of the octane blast while being completely unprepared had caused Li Gan quite a bit of injury. The 8 layers of hidden force in particular had caused him a great deal of suffering. Even now, the qi and blood in his body were still churning. Just as he came out from the ruins and saw Xiaoyan, Li Gan's expression could not help but change. The gloomy expression on his face a moment ago instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a deep seriousness. He naturally understood Xiaoyan's strength. If they were to really fight, given Xiaoyan's methods, if he were to use the heavenly flame wheel again, he would have no hope of surviving. Bastard! Why is this fellow really at old Luo's place? If I were to fight with him here, I would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Li Gan was secretly shocked. Even the simplest part of his muscles twitched intensely. He regretted inviting Qin Zhong over for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. From the looks of it now, he was basically digging his own grave. There was naturally no need to say much about Xiao Yan's strength. Putting aside the fact that he had the Alchemist Association and the Yunin Pavilion behind him, just by relying on the Northern King alone, he could at least fight Li Gan to a draw. Additionally, Xiao Yan's frightening Do technique made it so that Li Gan had no chance of winning against Xiao Yan. Hence, since he could not win no matter what, the only thing he could do now was to run away. Thinking until this point, Li Gan could not help but narrow his eyes. A dark light flashed deep within his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as though he had a plan in mind. Haha, so it is Brother Yin Xiao. Why is Qin Zhong your friend? Facing Xiao Yan, Li Gan did not dare to be careless. Although Xiao Yan looked young, his strength had reached such a level. How could he be a fool? Hearing Li Gan feigning ignorance, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. However, his face revealed a trace of suspicion as he asked, "Oh? Why, Brother Qin Zhong is my friend. This matter is now known by almost everyone in the entire ancient wild city. Does Sir Li Gan not know?" Hearing this, a strange expression immediately appeared on Li Gan's face. From the looks of it, it was as though he really did not know anything. So it's like this. Haha, Brother Yin Xiao may not know that I have been in seclusion in recent months. I only came out yesterday. I was anxious to find the Void Lightning Pool invitation. I heard rumors in the city that Brother Qin Zhong has it, so I tried my best to find him and wanted to exchange it with something. I just didn't expect it to turn out like this. This is really a misunderstanding, haha. Hearing Li Gan's quibbling, Qin Zhong suddenly became a little impatient. He was a hot-tempered person. He only restrained his temper when his strength reached the level of a half-emperor. But now this Li Gan was twisting the truth. How could he tolerate this? But just as Qin Zhong was about to explode, Xiao Yan quietly sent a voice transmission to calm Qin Zhong down. Oh, I want to see what tricks this Li Gan wants to play. After sneering in his heart, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and stared at Li Gan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and he said, "Is it a misunderstanding?" "Is that so?" "It's a misunderstanding. But I heard it clearly when I was in the courtyard. It was you who forced Qin Zhong to come here step by step for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hands. So, do you still want to explain?" Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the place instantly became dense. A fury also rose in Li Gan's heart. After speaking for so long, Xiao Yan in front of him had actually heard what he had said earlier. "Yin Xiao, you dared to trick me." Since he had already made himself clear, Li Gan did not continue to make up stories. He directly roared furiously at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly at this. He twisted his neck and met Li Gan's gaze. He coldly laughed and said, "Why, you don't plan to continue? Since this is the case, let me play with you. Coincidentally, I have recently practiced a kind of Do technique. I will use you to practice it." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan waved his large hand. A black light flashed, and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his palm. His feet moved slightly and he instantly used the sky extinction step, as he charged toward Li Gan. Chapter 250. Bang! Another violent explosion was heard. A figure was sent flying back uncontrollably. Soon after, he smashed heavily onto the ground. Blood was spurting out from his mouth unceasingly. He had practically entered a state of serious injury. Not far away from this person, Xiao Yan was slowly walking toward him. The enormous black ruler in his hand left a ruler mark several inches deep on the ground. Behind him, Qin Zhong was following behind Xiao Yan with a stupefied expression. After witnessing Xiao Yan's violence, Qin Zhong had already become completely numb to the scene before him. From the moment Xiao Yan started attacking, the six-star half-martial emperor before him, the opponent that Qin Zhong believed to be undefeatable, was now like a pile of mud before Xiao Yan. That six-star half-martial emperor's strength was actually so wrong that he did not even have the slightest chance to counterattack before Xiao Yan. Qin Zhong still remembered that when Xiao Yan had first arrived at the desolate land and fought against Li Gan, Although he had ultimately defeated Li Gan, he had merely relied on his own movement skill and that frightening Do skill. Furthermore, it was old Luo's display of might in the end. At that time, Xiao Yan, if he were to go all out and not use that Do skill, would at the very most be able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Even if that was the case, the one who would suffer in the end would undoubtedly be Xiao Yan. After all, the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor not only represented one's own strength, the amount of Do Qi within one's body was also absolutely not something that a 3-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan could compare with. Yet now, in merely a few months' time, Xiao Yan's strength had become so powerful. Previously, he had only been able to fight Li Gan to a draw. Yet now he was able to easily take care of Li Gan. This enormous disparity in strength caused Qin Zhong, the person who had witnessed it, to inevitably feel that it was unreal. However, no matter how much he couldn't believe it, it was the truth. Xiao Yan's growth was so fast that it was beyond his imagination. Even Elder Luo couldn't help but praise Xiao Yan. Of course, a 6-star half-martial emperor was a 6-star half-martial emperor. No matter what, his strength was still there for all to see. It would naturally not be easy for Xiao Yan to take care of him. However, no matter how Li Gan tried to counterattack, after being bombarded by Xiao Yan's heavy ruler repeatedly, it was all useless. The power of the sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler also gave Xiao Yan a clearer understanding. After all, he had fought with Luo Jin that day, and had held back no matter what. However, things were different today. Facing Li Gan, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of burden in his heart. Instead, he was somewhat eager to give it a try. After continuously attacking for 3 feet, this 6-star half-martial emperor had consumed a lot of energy. 3 qi in a row, each qi was equivalent to a high human rank Do technique. Li Gan naturally couldn't withstand 3 qi cough. What Do technique is this? Under the rubble, Li Gan's body was still buried. He had yet to come out. Compared to this, he seemed to be more concerned about the Do technique that Xiao Yan had used earlier. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. His footsteps paused for a moment, before he continued to walk forward. The hand that was holding the heavy profound ruler slowly increased its strength, and the huge ruler was lifted slightly. This is a Do technique that I have comprehended not long ago. I call it the sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. His gaze was fixed on the rubble, and a dark light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Under the rubble, Li Gan's sinister eyes suddenly shrunk. He was astonished by Xiao Yan's words. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. Earlier, he seemed to have only used 3 qi. If he had used all of it, Li Gan was alarmed in his heart. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would use a few more qi on him. However, after a couple breaths of time, a ruthless expression flashed through Li Gan's eyes. His face under the rubble became somewhat gloomy and distorted. Yan Xiao. Xiao Yan paused his footsteps. At this moment, nearly a quarter of the Do Qi in his body had been used up. This was because he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have used up even more Do Qi. Ha! With a loud cry, the rubble in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded. The dust and debris were blocked by an invisible force a few feet away from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the dust, and saw that Li Gan had actually escaped. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. What was strange was not that Li Gan had escaped, but that he actually had the ability to escape. Li Gan did not have the time to react when the 3 feet of force smashed onto his body. If he had completely endured the 3 feet of force, it would have been impossible for him to speak in a relaxed and indifferent manner. This was what Xiao Yan suspected. Why, even if it was some kind of body refining technique, it would not have given him the ability to escape. Muttering softly, Xiao Yan did not bother about Qin Zhong at the side. He kept the dark heavy buster sword and instantly executed the sky extinction step. He quickly caught up with Li Gan, who was quickly escaping. He wanted to know why Li Gan was able to use his physical body to withstand the power of his 3 qi. Above the void, Xiao Yan stood not far in front of Li Gan. With Xiao Yan's speed, he could easily catch up with Li Gan, who was not in his peak condition at the moment. Seeing Xiao Yan again, Li Gan acted out of character. The grave expression on his face was completely swept away. Instead, he revealed an extremely evil smile. Xiao Yan frowned. What was this Li Gan trying to do? With his current condition, Xiaoyan could forcefully kill him in a few breaths if he attacked with all his strength. How did you do it? My 3 qi, each qi is equivalent to a high human level Do technique. With your strength, after you have endured all of it, it is impossible for you to stand up. Ignoring the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth, Xiaoyan went straight to the point and asked Li Gan the question in his heart. He did not believe that it was impossible for Li Gan to withstand it without the help of external objects. Hearing this, the evil smile on the corner of Li Gan's mouth became even more sinister. His dark old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. Do you really want to know? Speak. With a wave of his hand, the dark heavy buster sword appeared once again. Xiaoyan gave the most direct answer. TSK 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 TSK. With the strength of a 3-star half-emperor, you are actually able to comprehend a high human-level Do technique. Your talent is indeed extremely frightening. If you are allowed to successfully mature, there may be a place for you on this continent in the future. Li Gan laughed. It was unknown whether the meaning of his words was praise for Xiaoyan or some other meaning. As for me, the reason why I was able to block those 3 qi of yours. Li Gan's poisonous snake-like eyes stared at Xiaoyan. He slowly raised his hand. Light flickered on his palm, and a circular plate made of an unknown material appeared on his palm. Immediately after, Li Gan continued to speak. What I relied on was this formation plate. Once these words were spoken, Xiaoyan's eyebrows immediately twitched. He could not help but be slightly startled in his heart. Formation plate. This was something that was refined by a formation master. Xiaoyan still remembered that not long ago, he had killed a little fellow who practiced formation techniques. Now that he thought about it, that fellow seemed to be setting up some kind of formation technique at that time. As for the great star plate that Luo Jin had used back then, it was without a doubt a formation plate. However, at that time, Xiaoyan did not personally see Luo Jin use it. Thus he was naturally unaware. Formation plate, huh? Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. Chapter 251. So that's how it is. I never imagined that you would actually possess such a thing. After understanding the reason, Xiaoyan could not be bothered to speak any more nonsense with Li Gan. He tightened his grip on the heavy Xian Buster sword, and was about to attack Li Gan. Given Xiaoyan's character, he would naturally not let someone like Li Gan off. After all, Li Gan had already attacked Qin Zhong while he was still in the wildlands. The reason why Li Gan did not kill Qin Zhong was because of Xiaoyan. However, once Xiaoyan left, Li Gan would definitely make things difficult for the clan behind Qin Zhong. Instead of entrusting Qin Zhong to the Alchemist Association at that time, it would be better to let Xiaoyan finish him off first. TSK. Yin Xiao, do you really think that I have spent such a great price to lure you here for? Just as Xiaoyan was about to attack, Li Gan had a cold smile on his face. His face was filled with an expression of victory, as if Xiaoyan had already fallen into a premeditated ambush. Xiaoyan could not help but feel an indescribable sense of danger in his heart when he heard these words. However, when Xiaoyan looked around, there were indeed quite a number of battlefields in the sky. Moreover, the people fighting were all half-emperor level experts. This indeed surprised Xiaoyan. During this half a month, he had indeed overlooked many things. However, this was not enough to cause Xiaoyan to feel threatened. Then, what did Li Gan's words mean? Could it be that this was just a pretense to stall for time? However, based on his many years of battle experience, Xiaoyan did not think that this was a pretense. After all, given Li Gan's current condition, if he could not immediately entrust the medicinal pill to him, even if he delayed for another day, the strength in his body would not improve much. Instead, it would worsen the strength of his organs because he delayed for more time. This kind of delaying tactic was not a wise choice. Given Li Gan's shrewdness, he was naturally aware of this point. TSK. Yin Xiao, do you know who is the most famous person in the Wildlands ancient city during this half a month? Seeing the doubtful expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face, Li Gan uttered a sentence in an unknown manner. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little stunned in his heart. From the meaning of his words, could it be that the person was him? That's right, it's you, Yin Xiao. Li Gan suddenly, Li Gan shouted loudly. This explosive shout was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, but it caused Xiao Yan's face. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian Buster sword, involuntarily. His hand, the heavy Xian ruler, and Xiao Yan's hand unconsciously. With a stern cry, Li Gan's voice spread over the entire sky of the ancient savage city. In an instant, a countless number of gazes that were filled with various emotions were shot over. The few battlegrounds that were in an intense battle also swiftly stopped. Gazes that were filled with greed paused on Li Gan for a moment, before immediately locking onto Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible arrows. His usually calm and unchanging heart stirred up layers of huge waves at this moment. What is going on? Xiao Yan's heart did not know what to do in the face of these people's gazes. He did not even know why these people were staring at him. All he could see was that the feeling that Xiao Yan saw the most among these various gazes was actually greed. What's going on? Xiao Yan frowned deeply as he pondered. However, he was unable to think of a reason in his heart. He had never seen these fellows before, so how could they possibly target him? If it was just greed, then the only thing that could attract a half-emperor expert in the past month was the emperor-grade complete pill, the emperor tribulation pill that he had refined, and the Void Lightning Pool invitation. It's the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Xiao Yan immediately woke up when he thought of this. He immediately understood in his heart that the reason why these people were staring at him was because of the Void Lightning Pool that was about to open. TSK. At this moment Li Gan's sinister laughter rang out once again. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and frowned as he looked at Li Gan, who was opposite him. This fellow wanted to use this group of half-emperors' greed for the Void Lightning Pool invitation to deal with him. This move could be said to be ruthless. Yan Xiao, do you know how many people have been anticipating your appearance over the past half a month? After all, you also have a Void Lightning Pool invitation. Li Gan's voice was not soft when he spoke. Therefore, everyone in this area could hear him clearly. This also caused the half-emperors to become even more restless. Seeing that the Void Lightning Pool invitation was right in front of their eyes, how could these half-emperors just sit back and do nothing? The weakest amongst them was a 4-star half-emperor. They were not the least bit afraid when facing a 3-star half-emperor like Xiao Yan. Although they had heard of Xiao Yan's battle achievements earlier, that was after all a one-on-one fight. Now there were dozens of half-emperors present. How could Xiao Yan deal with all of them together? Xiao Yan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw the surrounding half-emperors becoming restless. His expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. A cold glint gathered within his eyes. A frightening spiritual pressure quietly spread at this moment, causing the expressions of the half-emperors to change. Li Gan, you are really scheming. You clearly know that you are no match for me. Therefore you came up with such a method to get them to act on your behalf. TSK. Everyone, you have heard it right. This is something that he has personally said. If there is anyone amongst you who is able to kill him, the Void Lightning Pool invitation will belong to that person. I think that with everyone's strength, there is no need to fear Yan Xiao, right? Xiao Yan's cold words caused Li Gan to once again laugh coldly. Each of his words caused the sharpness in everyone's eyes to be directed at Xiao Yan. He naturally already had a place for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. All he needed to do was to swiftly kill Qin Zhong with a lightning-like momentum while everyone was dealing with Xiao Yan. In this way, not only would he obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, but Xiao Yan would also die. This kind of result was what Li Gan hoped to see in his heart. After Li Gan's words, the group of half-emperors immediately moved. They formed an encirclement and surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle. Their sharp gazes looked toward Xiao Yan. An invisible pressure covered the sky. Xiao Yan's face also revealed a grave expression at this moment. TSK. Everyone quickly attack together and kill Xiao Yan. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is in his storage ring. Apart from that, the D-grade complete Emperor Tribulation pill must also be in his storage ring. As long as we kill Yan Xiao, it will not only be the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Enough. Are you done yet? Before Li Gan's voice sounded, a half-emperor expert not far behind him cried out in an indifferent tone. This caused Li Gan's words to immediately become sluggish. Humph. Whether the void lightning pool invitation is in his body or not has nothing to do with you. As for killing him, we have no enmity with him in the past. Why should we kill him? That's right. The reason why we are fighting is merely for the void lightning pool invitation. Why should we kill him? As for you, we heard it clearly earlier. You purposely lured Yan Xiao here, and wanted to use the void lightning pool invitation to kill him. You are really bold. You actually dare to use us half-emperors as your tools. After the words of these two people sounded, the surrounding half-emperors immediately turned their gazes towards Li Gan. Their words were filled with disdain towards Li Gan. This caused Li Gan's face to turn green and white. For a moment he was speechless. It was difficult for him to refute. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh coldly in his heart when he saw this. He wanted to use others. Unexpectedly, he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 252. Haha. Everyone, this is merely a slip of the tongue. That's all. Haha. There are at the very least dozens of half-emperors present. There are also many people who are stronger than me. Even if I, Li Gan, am extremely daring, it is impossible for me to use all of you as a tool, haha. After a long while, Li Gan looked at the half-emperors behind him with an embarrassed smile. A seemingly sincere smile appeared on his old face as he tried to cover up what he had done. Of course, these half-emperors weren't stupid. They naturally knew what was right and what was wrong. They also knew how much of Li Gan's words were true. However, most of the half-emperors couldn't be bothered to dwell on this issue. After all, they were here for the void lightning pool invitation. As for Li Gan's intentions towards Xiaoyan, they didn't want to bother too much about it. In fact, Xiaoyan had nothing to do with them. These half-emperors had only looked for Xiaoyan because of the void lightning pool invitation. If they didn't want to be related to Xiaoyan, it was only because of the void lightning pool invitation. However, this wasn't enough to be a reason for them to kill Xiaoyan. Moreover, Xiaoyan was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. He was also related to the Union Pavilion, and was the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. He could be said to be a famous person. Many people wanted to befriend him for the sake of an Emperor-grade complete elixir. Naturally, these half-emperors didn't dare to make an enemy out of Xiaoyan. Moreover, even with the current situation, it was likely that there were some amongst this group of Bandi experts who wanted to befriend Xiaoyan. In the southwest border, an alchemist who could refine an Emperor-grade complete elixir had not been seen for a long time. Now that there was one in front of them, they naturally didn't want to offend him. Humph. Since that's the case, you can leave. The old man, who was the second to speak, glanced at Xiaoyan before looking at Li Gan. His tone was indifferent as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Gan's emotions naturally relaxed a lot. Although he also knew that his words just now were not enough to win the trust of these people. As long as he could say this at this moment, his goal could be considered to have been achieved. As the old man spoke, the half-martial emperors that surrounded Li Gan moved aside, creating a path that only one person could pass through. Among the half-step emperors present, the two half-step emperors before Li Gan could be considered as the strongest. Since they had spoken, there was naturally no need for the others to continue speaking. Wait! The indifferent voice slowly spread out. This time, everyone turned their heads to look. Immediately, they could not help but frown slightly as a strange expression appeared on their faces. Because the person who spoke was actually Xiaoyan, who had not spoken since the beginning. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze. His indifferent eyes stared at Li Gan, who was about to leave, as a brilliant flame danced in his eyes. Li Gan also looked over in response. When he saw that the person who spoke was Xiaoyan, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would still hold on to him at this moment. Could it be that he really wanted to fight with him in front of so many people? What? Yan Xiao, you still want to fight? If that's the case, this old man doesn't mind playing with you. Although Li Gan was extremely afraid of Xiaoyan in his heart, he was after all in front of so many people. This old face of Li Gan's was still able to hold on. He believed that in front of so many half-step emperors, Xiaoyan would definitely not dare to go overboard. After all, if Xiaoyan continued to use that ruler technique Do skill, Even if Li Gan ended up being seriously injured, Xiaoyan himself would definitely become extremely weak. In this current situation, once Xiaoyan became weak, his storage ring would definitely be crazily snatched by the half-step emperors. At that time, it would really be troublesome. Li Gan was confident that Xiaoyan would definitely not put himself in such a situation for him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Gan had coldly laughed and retorted after hearing Xiaoyan's words. The battle between us hasn't ended yet. How can I let you leave? Since you've made up your mind to harm me today, then you'll stay here. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. His tone was extremely indifferent. The iciness within his words caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Li Gan's eyes were also staring intently at Xiaoyan. His throat involuntarily rolled a little. This caused quite a number of half-step emperors present to feel a little surprised. Although they had heard of the first battle between Xiaoyan and Li Gan when he had just arrived at the ancient savage city, Xiaoyan had relied on the strength of his Do skill to suppress Li Gan with an absolute advantage. Only with old Luo's help did Li Gan admit defeat. However, Xiaoyan had not used that Do skill and old Luo had not appeared. What was this Li Gan afraid of? Yin Xiao, sometimes you can't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you will feel even more pain when you slap your face. Meaningless arrogance will only harm you. Li Gan seemed to be giving a kind reminder. The seals in his hands changed and waves of frightening Do Qi pressure spread from his hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble intensely. Only at this moment, with the support of the Do skill in his hands, did Li Gan finally feel that his heart was able to calm down. He had truly witnessed Xiaoyan's strength. When facing him, he definitely could not treat him as an ordinary half-step emperor. I remember that each time you are unable to defeat your opponent, you seem to like to use self-destruction to threaten your opponent. Am I right? Xiaoyan's words were once again transmitted. This time around, it was not only Li Gan. The surrounding half-step emperors also frowned slightly. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other. In their hearts, they felt that Xiaoyan's words were strange. Wasn't it a little arrogant to say such words before the battle had even begun? Swoosh! At a certain moment, a bone-chilling cold wind blew in the sky. Everyone felt that it was incomparably strange in this clear sky. Only Li Gan, who was standing opposite Xiaoyan, immediately revealed a shocked expression the moment the wind sounded. The Do skill in his hand did not hesitate as it violently smashed toward the space on his right. Coiling snake palm. A stern cry sounded. In the next moment, Li Gan's shriveled palm violently smashed into the space on his right. At the same time, a black-robed human figure suddenly appeared in the invisible space. From the looks of it, it was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Bang! Xiaoyan, who had appeared from the right side of Li Gan's body, did not hesitate at all. His white hand was opened and thrown forward. A black-colored light circle swiftly spread out from his palm. The black-colored light circle that was filled with a devouring strength violently collided with the palm that was heading toward him. However, just when everyone thought that an exciting fight would occur, Li Gan's palm, which was filled with a powerful aura, actually forcefully scattered Xiaoyan's great heaven creation palm. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Li Gan himself could not help but feel stunned at the strength of Xiaoyan's palm. He had never expected that with Xiaoyan's strength, it was possible for him to only unleash a strength of this level. However, in the next moment, Li Gan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan was as if he had seen a monster. 1-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? The strength of Xiaoyan before him had merely reached the level of a 1-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the surrounding half-martial emperors were also stunned by this scene. They were truly unable to understand how Xiaoyan, whose strength had been at the peak of a 3-star half-martial emperor earlier, had suddenly become a 1-star half-martial emperor. Before the astonished words in his heart could finish, the expression on Li Gan's face suddenly changed again. The Xiaoyan in front of him actually revealed an extremely strange smile to him. That smile finally caused his heart to feel a deep uneasiness and fear. Chapter 253. Boom! A frightening Do Qi storm swept forth. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky all had grave expressions on their faces as they rapidly retreated 10,000 feet. They stopped and looked at the center of the explosion. The fear in their eyes was not concealed in the slightest. There was still lingering fear in their hearts. Dead? Is he dead? The half-martial emperor who spoke earlier revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the center of the explosion. Although the afterglow of the explosion caused the majority of the people to be unable to clearly see the situation within, as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was able to vaguely see some things. With a glance, he saw that the center of the explosion had already turned into an endless void. The frightening energy storm formed a vortex in the void that devoured everything in the world. Other than a blurry human figure, he was unable to see anything else. Looking at his aura, although he was weak, he was still barely alive. That explosion was unable to forcibly kill him. Sigh. It seems that he is really dead. But why would he self-destruct for a single Ligon? Someone like him shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Another half-martial emperor revealed a doubtful and regretful expression in his eyes. His gaze was also looking at the center of the explosion. The bright and resplendent radiance caused one to be unable to directly look at it in the daytime. He actually self-destructed. Has that Yin Xiao gone mad? For the sake of killing a single Ligon, he actually self-destructed. Isn't this equivalent to throwing away his life in vain? Sigh. It's a pity that an exceptional genius would end up dying in such an unwillingly manner. It's truly not worth it. Just a moment ago, they had personally witnessed Xiaoyan being defeated by Li Gan after a fierce collision. The gap between a 1-star half-martial emperor and a 6-star half-martial emperor was ultimately too great. As for Xiaoyan, he seemed to have made a final gamble. In his final attack, he directly self-destructed. He wanted to use his own life as the price to kill Li Gan. Unfortunately, in the end, he was only able to seriously injure Li Gan. He was still far from being able to kill him. Cough, cough. After coughing twice with great difficulty, blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His heavy body fell from the sky and violently smashed into the street below. At this moment, Li Gan only felt that even breathing was a form of pain. Although he wanted to exhale, the slightest movement of his body would cause his organs to feel a tearing pain, making Li Gan feel extremely pained. Although the injuries on his body almost took away half of Li Gan's life, when he thought about how Xiaoyan had sacrificed himself to get this, Li Gan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Haha, Yan Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? You self-destructed your cultivation to kill me, but in the end, it's still a fight to the death, ha 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 ha. Li Gan thought to himself excitedly. At this moment, everyone in the sky looked at each other with different expressions. Initially, they had thought that they would have a chance to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. But now, before they could even make a move, Xiaoyan had died first. Wasn't this just a waste of time? Swish. However, just as everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the sky. This gust of cold wind caused everyone to feel a trace of strangeness. The few 7-star half-martial emperors in the crowd could not help but frown. Li Gan, who was already seriously injured on the ground, instantly tensed up when he saw the gust of cold wind. This gust of cold wind was the abnormal sign that appeared when Xiaoyan used the Sky Annihilation steps. How is this possible? He had clearly self-destructed. It's impossible for him to still be alive. But this is... PFFF. Before Li Gan could react, a black cloaked figure suddenly appeared before his chest. When the figure appeared, it did not stop and ruthlessly stomped on Li Gan's chest. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain and stained the black cloak, causing its color to appear even deeper. Li Gan's mouth was blurred. He wanted to say something, but the enormous force that came from his chest interrupted his thoughts. There was no need for him to speak. Did you really think that I would be stupid enough to self-destruct with you? Someone like you is not qualified to do that. Xiaoyan spoke with an indifferent tone. The gaze with which he looked to Li Gan was filled with disdain. How did I not die? Xiaoyan sneered. The expression of disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. It's very simple. That's because the thing that self-destructed was not my actual body. After Xiaoyan said those words, Li Gan's eyes immediately narrowed. He immediately came to a realization. No wonder Xiaoyan was only a 1-star half-martial emperor when he fought against him earlier. He had deliberately held back in order to toy with him. Never would he have imagined that the person who ended up being toyed with would be him. At this moment, the crowd in the sky also discovered Xiao Yan below. Their eyes immediately shined. Never would they have imagined that Xiao Yan was still alive. Since that was the case, it meant that there was still hope for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. No matter what, they would definitely not give up on it so easily. Xiao Yan raised his head. When he saw the half-martial emperors flying toward him, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that they would not give up so easily. However, to him this was not important. After all, these people would not be able to do anything to him. Lowering his gaze, Xiao Yan stared at Li Gan. He lowered his body and slowly placed his palm on Li Gan's chest. With a soft smile he said, "Let me tell you one thing. The number of 7-star half-martial emperors that have died by my hands can be counted with one hand." After Xiao Yan said those words, Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. At the same time, Xiao Yan's palm trembled slightly and he withdrew it. At this moment, all of the internal organs and meridians within Li Gan's body, including his heart, were shattered inch by inch. The weak aura coming from Li Gan's nose had also been completely cut off. In the sky, the two 7-star half-martial emperors stood motionlessly as they looked at each other. All of Xiao Yan's actions had been seen by them. Naturally, they had also seen all of his methods. Let's go. It's better to find someone else. I will not get involved in these muddy waters." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After that, they left. After all, they were half-martial emperors. Although everyone was different and would always be blinded by greed, there would always be people who were farsighted. Such people would usually be able to walk further on the path of cultivation than ordinary people. Xiao Yan shot a glance at the two who had left. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. After that, he turned his gaze back to the group of half-martial emperors that had gathered once again. "Haha, this is truly unexpected. Mr. Yan Xiao, although I do not know what sort of methods you possess to be able to deceive all of our eyes, since you are still alive, it will save us some trouble. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, we will let you go. We will definitely not make things difficult for you." After these words were spoken, the other half-martial emperors nodded in succession. At the same time, they surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle of the crowd, leaving Xiao Yan with no way out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept across the group of half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Sure. Just hand it over. After all, there are more of you." Even though his words were unpleasant to hear, the crowd did not expect Xiao Yan to actually agree so straightforwardly. From the looks of it, this process would be much easier than they had imagined. However, just as the crowd was rejoicing over Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan opened his mouth once again and gathered the crowd's gazes onto him. "There are so many half-martial emperors present, but I only have one Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. May I know who I should hand the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation to?" How could these half-martial emperors not know that Xiao Yan was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them? He wanted them to fight amongst themselves and form their own camps. At that time, no one would have the chance to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation from Xiao Yan's hands. "Yan Xiao, there is no need for you to worry about this. As long as you hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation obediently, we will distribute it. As for you, you can leave on your own." "But what if I say no?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His face was filled with a calm expression. "Yan Xiao, do you really want us to attack you? We respect you as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, and as the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. This is why we are so polite to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Bang! A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the Northern King immediately appeared. He stood beside Xiao Yan. When his feet landed on the ground, they created a large pit that was several feet deep. When the Northern King appeared, an overbearing aura suddenly spread out, causing everyone who saw it to reveal a grave expression. The expression of the person who had spoken earlier suddenly changed at this moment. The words that he was about to say were forcefully stuck in his throat. Chapter 254. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is with me right now. Since you all want it so badly, if you have the ability, come and get it yourself. If you don't have the ability, please step aside. I still have things to do and I don't have time to waste with you all. Xiao Yan had a cold smile on his face as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The appearance of the Northern King had clearly caused these half-martial emperors to involuntarily feel some fear in their hearts. Even the person who had spoken earlier had a grave expression on his face. Although he was a 7-star half-martial emperor, the pressure that the puppet before him gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than other half-martial emperors of the same level. If they were to truly fight, it would likely be very difficult for him to gain an advantage over this puppet. Damn it! Why is this puppet as troublesome as its master? Its true strength has surpassed its own cultivation. This half-martial emperor cursed in his heart. However, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. With this puppet by his side, Xiao Yan's battle strength could be said to have soared once again. It would be incomparably difficult to take him down. If Xiao Yan's strength was due to the degree of condensation of his Do Qi and the high-class Do skills that he possessed, then the Northern King's strength originated from his own body. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the strength of his physical body was naturally blessed by the heavens. Moreover, this physical body had fused with 3 members of the Dragon Clan, and was refined into a puppet by Xiao Yan. With its current strength and the lightning energy that it had obtained through luck, it would not be difficult for it to deal with a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Most importantly, the puppet itself did not feel pain. When it fought, it was like a desperate man risking his life. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to fight against it? Humph! Yan Xiao, do you think that with so many of us here, we would be afraid of a 6-star half-martial emperor puppet like you? Although his heart was extremely afraid of the Northern King beside Xiao Yan, that 7-star bandit still forcefully revealed a cold smile on his face. Immediately he raised his right arm high, faced the group of bandit experts behind him, and cried out in a loud voice, "Everyone! I believe that everyone present wants to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Yan Zhao's hands. However, Yan Xiao is stubborn and is unwilling to give up even in such a situation. Since this is the case, everyone should attack together. Capture Yan Xiao and take out the Void Lightning Pool invitation. After that, we will make a decision." Unfortunately, after those words left his mouth, the group of half-martial emperors rolled their eyes and revealed expressions of disdain. It was clear that Li Gan wanted to use them again. After the first time, how could they fall for it a second time? Xiao Yan couldn't help but sneer. "Ha ha ha ha. I say this is a trick that our predecessors have used before. You actually shamelessly used it a second time. Do you think they are stupid?" Only when those words were spoken did that quasi-martial emperor realize that not a single one of the quasi-martial emperors behind him was willing to fight. They all looked at him indifferently. Their gazes seemed to be filled with mockery and ridicule. Damn it! What a bunch of cowards! Heh! Since you want to obtain the lightning invitation card in my hands so much, why don't you give it a try yourself? This. Xiao Yan's words caused the gazes of those half-martial emperors to instantly gather onto that 7-star half-martial emperor. As for that 7-star half-martial emperor, he revealed an ashen expression. He never expected that in the end he would still be the one to be implicated. Humph. Forget it. Since you all are giving up on the Void Lightning Pool invitation, this old man can only accept it on your behalf. After hesitating for a moment, that 7-star half-martial emperor finally stood out. After sneering, he looked at Xiao Yan. The corners of his eyes involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing by Xiao Yan's side. Only then did he turn to Xiao Yan and speak with a stern expression. "Since we are going to fight, let's do it in a fair manner. You and I will fight 300 rounds. If you lose, hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation card to me. If you lose, this old man will let you leave this place safely." After those words were spoken, Xiao Yan couldn't help but snort coldly. He indifferently glanced at that 7-star half-martial emperor and sneered. This is the so-called fairness you speak of? If you win, you will get the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If I win, I will get nothing. Then what do you want? Letting you leave safely is already the most I can do. Don't push your luck. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll let him fight with you. After all, he is also a part of my strength. If you can defeat both of us, it'll be your win. After those words were spoken, the 7-star half-martial emperor's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to be so overbearing. With the help of this puppet, he actually dared to force him to submit. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, he clearly knew how powerful the Northern King was. Thus, he didn't dare to rashly confront him. In addition, there was also Xiao Yan by his side. In his heart, he felt even more helpless. After a long while, he fiercely clenched his teeth and spoke word by word. Fine. At most, I'll do as you say. However, you have to guarantee that when the time comes for us to fight, that puppet of yours. Don't worry. As long as no one disturbs us, it will absolutely not attack. Before the 7-star half-martial emperor finished speaking, Xiao Yan continued. Hearing those words, the 7-star half-martial emperor nodded his head in satisfaction. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his gaze contained a trace of an ice-cold mocking smile. He was confident in his heart. Although Xiao Yan wasn't easy to deal with, he had exhausted quite a bit of his strength in order to kill Li Gan earlier. If he were to fight with Xiao Yan now, he had over 70% certainty that he would be able to defeat Xiao Yan. At that time, the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would rightfully become his. Humph. Yan Xiao, although you're extremely smart, in the end, you've become a victim of your own cleverness. Although you were able to defeat the 6-star half-martial Emperor Li Gan, it is absolutely impossible for you to be a match for a 7-star half-martial emperor. This can be considered as you digging your own grave. After coldly laughing in his heart again, the 7-star half-martial emperor raised his head, looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, Fine. Alright, since that's the case, then tell me, what do you want as the wager? Don't worry, as long as it's something that this old man has, I will not be stingy. As he spoke, the 7-star half-martial emperor appeared to be extremely magnanimous as he patted his chest. It was as if he was extremely confident in the things that he possessed. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also smiled. He turned his gaze and said with a smile, Haha, since it's like this, I won't say anything more. The things that I need, you might not have them here. Thus, I'll use spirit coins as the wager first. Amen. Once those words were said, the 7-star half-martial emperor immediately frowned. A displeased expression was present between his brows. What's this? Are you looking down on this old man? This old man has walked the continent for so many years. While I don't dare to say anything else, the things that I possess are not inferior to those of some small sections. As long as you dare to say it. There is nothing that this old man cannot take out. The old man stared at Xiao Yan with a ferocious expression. The meaning within his words was self-evident. Oh. Xiao Yan also raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, In that case, do you have meteorite mysterious iron in your possession? Once the 4 words meteorite mysterious iron were spoken, the expressions of everyone present were slightly stunned. The 7-star half-martial emperor's face was also instantly filled with shock. When he thought of the words that he had just said, his old face immediately felt as if it was on fire. After a long while, he coughed dryly twice and said, Cough cough. Yan Xiao, don't look for trouble. What you're talking about is something that has long been extinct. How could this old man have it? Xiao Yan smiled and continued. Then the emperor-grade pill formula. Humph, this old man is not an alchemist. How could I have the emperor-grade pill formula? Yan Xiao, don't look for trouble. Haha. Since it's like this, I don't have anything else that I want. Spirit coins it is. The 7-star half-martial emperor stared angrily at Xiao Yan and said helplessly, Say it. How much do you want? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 7-star half-martial emperor. He sneered in his heart. After a long while, under the somewhat impatient gaze of the 7-star half-martial emperor, he slowly opened his mouth and said one word at a time. 100,000 spirit coins. Whoosh! When the word Xiao Yan came out, it caused everyone present to be shocked. The face of the 7-star half-martial emperor twitched violently. In his heart he wished that he could tear Xiao Yan apart. 100,000 spirit coins. In all these years, The total amount of spirit coins that he had obtained was less than 1 million. Xiaoyan actually asked for a tenth of it. How could this not cause him to be furious? Yan Xiao, you're simply asking for too much. Haha, you must be joking. As a 7-star half-martial emperor, your wealth is naturally not small. I believe that you can still take out 100,000 spirit coins. And already, in his heart, he repeatedly repeated the 2 words that Xiaoyan had said. The anger in the 7-star half-martial emperor's heart had almost reached the point where he could not restrain his anger. Under his sleeves, his fists suddenly clenched tightly. The dou qi in his body also involuntarily circulated throughout his entire body. The anger in his eyes rose. After a long while, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He deeply inhaled a mouthful of ice-cold air and held it in his chest. He fiercely nodded toward Xiaoyan and said with difficulty, "Fine. 100,000 it is. 100,000 spirit coins. If I lose, I'll give it all to you." At this moment, the 7-star half-martial emperor was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He could only continuously comfort himself in his heart. After he obtained the lightning pool invitation and entered the lightning pool invitation, he would definitely return it to Xiaoyan after he came out. Only then was he able to slightly calm down the anger in his heart. Oh, 100,000 spirit coins? Xiaoyan seemed to be somewhat baffled as he asked. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his chest, he once again nodded. He gnashed his teeth and said word by word, "That's right. If I lose, you can take the 100,000 spirit coins." Heh, Xiaoyan lightly laughed. He raised his gaze and seemingly indifferently stared at the 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes. The 7-star half-martial emperor's eyes were filled with suspicion. He did not know what exactly Xiaoyan meant by this. "What do you mean by this?" That 7-star half-martial emperor's face darkened. His tone was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Xiaoyan once again smiled. His gaze swept past the surrounding half-martial emperors. In the end, his gaze returned to the 7-star half-martial emperor in front of him. He slowly said, "I'm sorry. 100,000 spirit coins was before. Now, I want 200,000 spirit coins." Chapter 255. 200,000. At this moment, many of the half-martial emperors standing around Xiaoyan and Yan Xiao revealed extremely shocked expressions. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiaoyan. None of them would have thought that he would be so overbearing. The 100,000 spirit coins that Xiaoyan said earlier was already enough to cause the fury in that half-martial emperor's heart to rise. But now, Xiaoyan actually changed the wager in an instant right in front of him. He said 200,000 spirit coins right off the bat. Even some of the half-martial emperors present would not be able to take out such a large amount of spirit coins. Moreover, it was a full 1/5 of all the spirit coins that half-martial emperor possessed. Xiaoyan was truly demanding an exorbitant price. This Yan Xiao, does he have the intention to provoke him? If that's really the case, then he's truly too daring. TSK, 200,000 spirit coins. If I had that much spirit coins, I would rather not have that lightning pool invitation. After all, as long as I have enough spirit coins, wouldn't I be able to purchase even more cultivation resources? You're mistaken. Indeed, spirit coins are able to purchase sufficient cultivation resources, and can indeed increase a cultivator's strength. However, there's a difference. The power obtained from relying on those things will not be as pure as the power obtained from the lightning pool invitation. Moreover, due to the difference in cultivation resources, the impurities that remain in a cultivator's body after refining them will also accumulate. In the end, it will still cause harm to the cultivator's body. However, the power within the lightning pool invitation is greatly different. The lightning within the lightning pool invitation is one of the most ferocious and overbearing powers in the world. After devouring it, not only will there not be any impurities left in one's body, one will also be able to condense dou qi and temper one's body. No matter how one looks at it, the benefits of the lightning pool invitation far surpass ordinary cultivation resources. This is the main reason why so many people fight to enter the lightning pool invitation. At this very moment, that half-martial emperor's eyes were practically spitting fire as he stared at Xiaoyan. Under his sleeves, His fists were clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. His old face was extremely gloomy and the fury in his heart was self-evident. 200,000. Good. Good. What a good yin xiao. The old man cried out angrily. His somewhat hoarse voice revealed the fury in his heart. If the 100,000 spirit coins caused the fury in his heart to explode, then the 200,000 spirit coins that Xiao Yan had spoken of was sufficient to cause him to instantly explode. Yin xiao. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't even think about getting these 100,000 spirit coins. Today this old man will make you lose everything. With another angry shout, the old man's eyes turned crimson red. Fierce doqi gushed out from his body in an instant. His figure moved, and a punch was thrown towards Xiao Yan. Die for this old man. With a stern cry, the old man's forward charging speed became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived within 10 feet of Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained unmoved, the old man's face appeared even crazier. Boom. However, in the next instant a light flashed in front of Xiao Yan. Following the flash of a pitch-black light, the North King's sturdy body suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It was like a small mountain had blocked Xiao Yan behind it. Without any hesitation, the North King had just stabilized his body when he suddenly clenched his fist, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. He raised his head and coldly stared at the half-martial emperor in front of him. A punch that was not inferior to the half-martial emperor's in strength was suddenly thrown out. At the same time, a cold and dry voice was heard from his mouth. Don't you dare hurt my master. As his voice sounded, the North King's punch, which was filled with power, collided with the old man's punch. With a loud bang, the North King's sturdy body, which was half a body taller than the old man, could not help but tremble. He took half a step back. As for the old man, he was the one who could not help but retreat a few meters under the North King's punch. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and an invisible force vibrated behind him. Only then did he find it difficult to stabilize his body. Damn it. This damn thing is so domineering. Its strength is actually so terrifying. If I were to forcefully attack, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to fight against it. The old man's left hand held his right wrist. His slender fingertips were deeply embedded in his flesh as he forcefully stabilized his violently trembling right arm. The doqi in his body quickly surged into his right arm, completely eliminating the lightning energy that was wreaking havoc within it. A long while later, the old man finally looked at the North King, who was still maintaining his punching posture. Although his face was forcefully composed, his heart was already filled with shock. Even though the North King had suddenly attacked first, the strength of that punch was extremely powerful. Just from the collision just now, the North King was definitely not an opponent that he could easily defeat. With a thought, the North King in front of Xiao Yan stood to his left. Xiao Yan's gaze stared directly at the old man, whose face was alternating between green and white. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he tilted his head and said, "Why? Are you planning to use force, because you can't take out any spirit coins?" Hearing this, the old man's face immediately became furious. He waved his sleeve and angrily said to Xiao Yan, "Yin xiao. The fact that the old me can use 100,000 spirit coins as a bet is already the greatest price. However, you do not know what is good for you and have opened your mouth wide. The Void Lightning Pool invitation is not worth this price." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Two of his fingers randomly beckoned in the empty space in front of him. The black storage ring on his finger flashed, and a palm-sized bright silver invitation appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Void Lightning Pool invitation. It's the Void Lightning Pool invitation. He has taken it out. Following the appearance of the lightning invitation, the expressions of the surrounding half-emperors changed. They immediately began to whisper to each other. Their gazes were filled with greed and desire as they looked at the lightning invitation. I naturally know that the value of this lightning invitation is not even 200,000 spirit coins. Since you are unwilling to take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet, please leave. I believe that other than you, there should be quite a number of people who can take out 200,000 spirit coins as a bet. You, Yin Xiao. Don't you go too far. The old man stared at the lightning invitation in Xiao Yan's hand and reprimanded angrily once again. Xiaoyan lifted his chin slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted and lifted into a mocking cold smile. His gaze swept across the surrounding half-emperors. Finally, his gaze returned to the old man in front of him, and said with a cold smile, I am going too far? It is clearly so many of you who have surrounded me, a 3-star half-emperor. Now you are saying that I am going too far. Don't you think that your words are very laughable? Yan Xiao. Although the old man was incomparably furious in his heart, he was also speechless. No matter how one put it, the scene before their eyes did indeed appear as Xiaoyan had said. However, Xiaoyan's actual actions caused all of them to be unable to do anything. Restraining each other caused none of them to be willing to take action. After all, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Moreover, there were so many people here. It was equivalent to countless spears pointing at them. As long as someone took action, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would become the target of everyone. He forcefully suppressed his impulse to take action again. After all, the Northern King beside Xiaoyan was truly not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he could be suppressed at any time. That kind of situation was not something he was willing to see. The old man once again took a deep breath. The icy cold air seemed to have calmed the anger in his chest. However, his pair of sinister eyes carried a gaze that seemed to want to devour someone as he firmly stared at Xiaoyan. The wide palms under his sleeves could not help but tremble violently. After a good while, this old man, a 7-star half-emperor expert, finally gave in completely in front of Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-emperor who seemed to be the weakest present. All right, 200,000 it is. If you continue. Don't worry, I know that this is already your bottom line. I will not increase it any further. A warm smile immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face. However, in the old man's eyes, it was a cold and mocking smile. Chapter 256. Humph! The old man coldly stared at Xiaoyan as he snorted coldly. He extended his hand and grasped the air. A broadsword immediately appeared in his hand. He held the hilt of the broadsword, and the sharp blade was slanted towards the ground. The cold glint of the blade caused people who saw it to feel a chill in their hearts. This blade was completely ink-black in color. Its size was not inferior to Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler. The thick and heavy blade, together with the strange symbols on the blade and the edge of the blade that was overflowing with a cold glow, caused this broadsword to have an additional domineering aura. After the broadsword appeared in his hand, the old man became even more confident. He rotated the palm that was holding the hilt of the broadsword, and grabbed the hilt of the broadsword with a flip of his hand. Following the momentum, he fiercely lifted the broadsword. His elbow was pressed against the back of the broadsword, which was 3 fingers wide. He borrowed the strength from his wrist to his elbow and fiercely slashed the broadsword upwards. The blade that was filled with killing intent instantly streaked across the air toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, as the blade vibrated, an invisible blade aura instantly streaked across the air and chopped toward Xiaoyan. Using this move before the battle had even started, it could be considered as this 7-star half-martial emperor testing Xiaoyan's strength. Faced with the incoming invisible blade aura, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel amazed by this old man's methods. Without using any energy, and relying on the blade aura of the weapon itself, to be able to use the weapon to such an extent, this broadsword had likely been with this 7-star half-martial emperor for many years. Compared to the weapon, Xiaoyan's dark heavy buster sword had also been with him for several tens of years. In front of this blade aura, it was naturally not to be outdone. Ruler, come. After putting away the void lightning pool invitation, Xiaoyan's right arm suddenly crossed in front of his chest. He casually grasped at the space to his left. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the space, and the dark heavy buster sword landed in Xiaoyan's hand. Once the dark heavy buster sword entered his hand, Xiaoyan's arm suddenly exerted strength and swept the huge buster sword across the space before him. Finally, the huge buster sword circled around Xiaoyan's palm once. Then, Xiaoyan held the handle of the buster sword with both hands and firmly stabbed the buster sword into the ground before him. Boom! At the same time, a muffled thump was emitted from the empty space between Xiaoyan and the old man. Xiaoyan and the old man exchanged glances with each other. Both of their hearts were awed. As for the surrounding half-martial emperors, They began to whisper to each other as they watched the situation on the battlefield. The atmosphere of the battlefield had also become oppressive. That alone is not enough to suppress me. Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and stared at the old man opposite him. His tone was calm as he slowly opened his mouth. Humph. You do have some foundation. But this old man doesn't want to rely on this to suppress you. Wouldn't that be too boring? The old man was a little surprised by Xiaoyan's ruler attack, but he did not take it to heart. After all, this was only a one-sided battle. Only by truly fighting could one truly judge the strength of both parties. As soon as his voice fell, the old man suddenly waved his arm. The broadsword left his hand and stabbed into the ground at an angle. His figure moved and he was about to rush towards Xiaoyan. Wait. Just as the 7-star half-martial emperor was about to attack, and the surrounding half-martial emperors thought that the show was about to begin, Xiaoyan spread his 5 fingers, extended his left arm and made a stop gesture towards the old man. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Everyone looked over in the blink of an eye after this loud cry sounded. That 7-star bandy old man also hurriedly stopped his body. Immediately, his face was furious as he looked at Xiaoyan. The fury in his heart, which had yet to calm down, once again rose. His mouth furiously cried out. He shouted, Yan Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to go back on your words again? At this moment, the anger in the old man's heart could no longer be suppressed. As a 7-star half-martial emperor, the strongest expert in the ancient savage city, apart from a few people, he had suffered a loss before Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he, a 7-star half-martial emperor, become the laughingstock of all half-martial emperors in the future? How could he endure this? Yan Xiao, you've made fun of me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm made of mud? As he shouted, the old man's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he shot toward Xiaoyan. At this moment, the anger in his chest could no longer be suppressed. Right now, he must make Xiaoyan pay a painful price for his actions. No one could stop him. Ha! Yan Xiao, prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, the old man had already arrived several feet in front of Xiaoyan. With a wave of his hand, the broadsword was pulled out of the ground as if it had received an order. In an instant, it flew into the old man's hand. He raised the blade, and was about to ruthlessly chop down on Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's expression changed abruptly at this moment. He did not expect that this fellow would attack as soon as he said so. He was actually unwilling to listen to what Xiaoyan had to say. Helpless, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The Northern King's strong body suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiaoyan. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao, you always like to disappear. Every time you come out, you must create such a huge commotion. It is really difficult for us old fellows to not know about you. However, just as the old man was about to attack Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan was about to let the Northern King receive the attack, the space between the two of them distorted. Immediately, an old man in linen clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the old man appeared, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. When the old man in linen clothes appeared, Xiaoyan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. His gaze contained some blame as he looked at the old man in linen clothes who had just appeared. The old man in linen clothes smiled embarrassedly, but did not say anything. At the same time, the 7-star half-martial emperor's body that was charging forward abruptly stopped. With a twist of his wrist, he fiercely stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the ground in front of him. Only then did he completely stabilize his body. Guli, he secretly said in his heart. Immediately, the 7-star half-martial emperor's heart became incomparably heavy. Guli's strength was absolutely within the top 5 in the ancient city. He had quite a deep relationship with Xiaoyan. Now that he had appeared at this moment, it was likely that he had already arrived here long ago. However, he had been observing the situation all along. Thus, he had not appeared until now. Turning around, Guli wore a smile as he looked at the 7-star half-martial emperor. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the broadsword that the 7-star half-martial emperor had already pulled out. With a faint smile, he said, "Look at this broadsword. If this old man's guess is correct, you should be that broadsword Ludo." Hearing those words, The old man smiled in a slightly embarrassed manner. The anger in his heart immediately dispersed. He slightly bowed to Guli, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Haha, this is my old name. I have already sheathed my broadsword, and am preparing to live in seclusion in the mountains." The name of broadsword is also no longer present. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan slightly raised his brows. Only now did he know the name of this 7-star half-martial emperor. Lu Dou. "Oh." Casually responding, Guli did not say anything more. To him, these things were not important. Guli's gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan. The latter smiled and nodded. He leaped forward and stood beside Guli. He looked at Lu Dou and said with a smile, "Haha, fellow Lu was a little anxious just now. Now that I have already made a bet with you, how can I change it? After all, I am not a person who doesn't keep his word." Xiao Yan's words made the surrounding half-martial emperors curl their lips and remain silent. Lu Dou's heart was itching to curse Xiao Yan at this moment. Keeping one's word would change the original 100,000 spirit coins to 200,000 spirit coins in an instant. Isn't this a little too boastful? Xiao Yan noticed the gazes of the surrounding people. He touched his nose with his hand somewhat embarrassedly, coughed twice, and continued, "The reason why I interrupted you just now was simply to know that I have already taken out the lightning invitation as the bet. Then, I think your 200,000 spirit coins should also." Although he had not finished speaking, everyone present cast a strange look at Xiao Yan. The corner of Lu Dou's mouth twitched violently. There was an unknown anger in his heart. After such a long time, it was actually just for this? At this moment, even Guli, who was beside Xiao Yan, could not help but laugh out loud. After seeing the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he withdrew his laughter. His old face regained a solemn expression. He also did not expect that Xiao Yan would doubt the promise made by a half-martial emperor in public. Perhaps this was indeed Xiao Yan's insurance. But what was Lu Dou's position with such an action? After all, he was a 7-star half-martial emperor. He valued his face even more. Xiao Yan's action was indeed somewhat inappropriate. At this moment, although Lu Dou's heart was filled with fury, he was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan because Guli was by Xiao Yan's side. Hence, after a bitter sigh in his heart, he could only helplessly extend 2 of his fingers. A glow flashed between his fingers, and a crystal card with 9 different colored lines on it appeared in Lu Dou's hand. This should be enough, right? When everyone saw this crystal card, their faces immediately revealed a rather surprised expression. Even Guli, who was beside Xiao Yan, cast an astonished gaze at Lu Dou. 9 lines crystal card. The value of this is indeed 200,000 spirit coins. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. He looked at Guli and asked, 9 lines crystal card? What is this? Guli narrowed his old eyes and stared at Lu Dou. His gaze paused on the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Dou's hand. 9 lines crystal card. This is a gold card that can be used throughout the continent. Compared to ordinary gold coins, this is even more valuable. A 9 lines crystal card costs 200,000 spirit coins. Normally speaking, only some alchemists or dodi would possess such a thing. After all, this thing is too expensive and most people are reluctant to obtain it. Even I only managed to obtain one a couple of years ago for convenience. Oh, it seems that it's not bad. Xiao Yan's finger rubbed his chin. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 9 lines crystal card in Lu Dou's hand. He secretly sneered in his heart. Then, I won't be polite. Chapter 257. Xiao Yan and Lu Dou stood 100,000 feet above the ancient savage desolate city. They were able to overlook the entire ancient savage desolate city from this spot. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily trembled when he saw the outline of the ancient savage desolate city. The ancient savage desolate city was much larger than he had imagined. No wonder so many Bandi experts were gathered here. A prosperous place must have treasures. This was a principle that many cultivators understood in their hearts. Half-step martial emperors were no exception. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and exchanged glances with Lu Dou, who was 50 kilometers away. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, appearing as though they were old friends of many years. However, everyone knew just what kind of brutality was hidden under that smile. With Lu Dou's temperament, once he attacked, he would definitely explode with all the anger he had suffered earlier. If Xiao Yan couldn't withstand it, the consequences wouldn't be hard to imagine. Compared to the size of the crowd outside, Xiao Yan had a calm expression. The corners of his mouth had always carried an indifferent smile. He would deal with whatever came his way. Not to mention, the current Xiao Yan was already able to deal with a 7-star half-step martial emperor with ease. Whether he couldn't withstand it or not depended on who it was. At this moment, the atmosphere of the battleground was exceptionally tense and pressuring. The empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiao Yan and Lu Dou had been completely sealed by the combined attacks of Gu Li and a couple of other high-rank half-martial emperors. The seal would not be removed before the battle between Xiao Yan and Lu Dou ended. Moreover, the ripple that was formed due to the battle between the two would not spread outwards. This practice was the rule of the continent. When experts fought, they had to lead the battle circle into the endless void. Only in this way could they ensure that the cities in the outside world would not be destroyed. Just like the previous battles in the void, they were all carried out in the endless void. Gu Li looked at Xiao Yan with a worried expression. However, after seeing the latter's indifferent expression, Gu Li's expression couldn't help but become serious. He naturally knew Xiao Yan's strength. He was a 3-star half-step martial emperor. No one could remain calm when facing a 7-star half-step martial emperor like Lu Dou with such strength. However, Xiao Yan actually had such an indifferent expression on his face. This was truly strange. After taking a deep look at Xiao Yan, Gu Li turned his gaze back to Lu Dou. Previously, Lu Dou's appearance when he was furious was all under Gu Li's observation. Now that he was about to fight with Xiao Yan, Gu Li couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. After thinking for a while, Gu Li's muddy old eyes fixed on Lu Dou. His tone seemed indifferent, but it contained a hidden tyrannical intent. Haha, the two of you, please understand that no matter what the outcome of the battle is, you must stop when appropriate. As long as one of you admits defeat, the other party will not continue to attack. If you insist on attacking, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Hearing Gu Li's words, Lu Dou's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Gu Li's words were clearly directed at him. However, he sneered in his heart. With Gu Li present, he naturally wouldn't dare to seriously injure Xiao Yan. Moreover, his current goal was the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If he attacked too ruthlessly, it would be hard to avoid being ridiculed. With Gu Li's relationship with Xiao Yan, he might interfere. Therefore, for the sake of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he wouldn't go too far. Xiao Yan also smiled slightly after hearing Gu Li's words. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lu Dou opposite him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose into a playful smile. In this way, I won't be able to use my full strength. Very well, let me see how many feet I need to deal with the 7-star half-emperor. After saying those words, Xiao Yan extended his hand and beckoned. The dark heavy buster sword landed in his palm. The body of the buster sword suddenly shook, and Xiao Yan's buster sword slashed towards Lu Dou. Flaming devouring wave. Rainbow light violently shot out, covering more than half of the sky. The surrounding space also exploded at this moment. Facing Xiao Yan's attack, Lu Dou couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. His aura wasn't inferior to Xiao Yan's. The ink-black broadsword in his hand danced and revolved. As the broadsword slashed downwards, the blade light slashed out and collided head-on with Xiao Yan's flaming devouring wave. Bang! The broadsword light and the ruler light cancelled each other out. Xiao Yan and Lu Dou simultaneously moved. The broadsword slashed through the air and collided with each other in an instant. Clang! 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 The two people's attacks were extremely grand. Every time the broadsword and the ruler collided, the heaven and earth would tremble unceasingly. Their terrifying auras still wreaked havoc in this space. In merely a short period of time, the two people had already collided several hundred times. As for the intense battle, it had only just begun. When the crowd outside saw this, they would definitely think that this was a battle between two experts of the same cultivation level. At this moment, compared to the astonishment of the crowd outside, Lu Dou was extremely shocked. He originally thought that with his strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he would be able to completely suppress Xiao Yan in a battle like this. However, he didn't expect that every time he collided with Xiao Yan, the power transmitted from Xiao Yan's Buster Sword was actually not the slightest bit inferior to his own. At the same time that he was shocked, he also started to have some doubts about Xiao Yan's true strength. Was Xiao Yan's strength really as it seemed on the surface? Was he only a 3-star half-martial emperor? Or could it be that he had used some sort of secret technique to conceal his strength? However, regardless of what level Xiao Yan's true cultivation level was, at the very least, the Xiao Yan before him was not someone that he could easily deal with. Fighting against Xiao Yan was also not as easy as he had imagined. At this moment, Lu Dou had truly started to become serious about Xiao Yan. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Yan, he would have to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, it would likely be extremely difficult for him to defeat Xiao Yan. Ha! With a stern shout, Lu Dou suddenly waved the broadsword in his hand. The dou qi within his body rapidly gathered. A bit of scarlet dou qi appeared on the pitch-black broadsword. Immediately after, the broadsword trembled and once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with radiance. The Buster Sword in his hand also stopped moving. You're finally going to use your true strength. I can't wait any longer. With a sneer, Xiao Yan's right hand grasped the handle of the Buster Sword. Suddenly he pulled with all his strength. His left palm stroked the body of the Buster Sword. The heavenly flame violently surged in the center of his palm. The pitch-black Buster Sword was immediately dyed with a gorgeous color. With a stern shout, the Buster Sword was placed diagonally behind his back. Slightly nodding his head, Xiao Yan raised his gaze and stared at Lu Dou. His left foot took half a step forward. His body was slightly bent. His palm tightly grasped the handle of the Buster Sword. The dou qi within his body was crazily poured into the Buster Sword as if it was free. At this moment, the gorgeous heavenly flame fiercely rose up. It was like a gorgeous flag that was fluttering in the air. For a moment, the void was strangely silent. A strange atmosphere enveloped the world. Everyone was silent. Their eyes were suffused with a dignified radiance. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Xiao Yan's Buster Sword, and the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand, who was standing opposite of Xiao Yan. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone held their breaths as they waited. Even the slightest sound of breathing was enough to be heard clearly. It was a long while later when this silence was finally broken by a somewhat hoarse, ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion. This blade of the old me is created by gathering all the comprehension that I have comprehended throughout my life. I call it garrison. Garrison. It was a simple word. However, the instant it was uttered, it caused the entire place to tremble. Once a blade technique was trained to the unity of heaven and man level, it was unable to progress any further. Hence, this blade technique that Lu Dou had trained could be considered a kind of memorial to the broadsword in his hand. One could imagine the strength of this blade technique. Lu Dou was able to reach his current level because of his reputation. Even though Xiao Yan was not weak, he similarly had his own pride. The pride of being a strong person. Yin Xiao, if you are able to receive it, the old me is willing to be defeated. Chapter 258. Lu Dou's hand held the hilt of the broadsword. The broadsword's tip faced upwards as it stood in front of him. His rough palm slowly stroked the body of the blade that was as black as ink. The strange symbols seemed to have come alive as they twisted and emitted a strange glow. Suddenly, Lu Dou's palm suddenly drew across the incomparably sharp blade. Following the twitching of the muscles at the corner of Lu Dou's eyes, the essence blood that had gathered in his palm was completely swallowed by the inhuman broadsword in his hand. Immediately, the light on the broadsword shone brightly. Those strange symbols were filled with a strange scarlet energy at this moment. A bloody aura spread out. Waves of dense blood-colored fog lingered around the broadsword's body unceasingly, concealing the entire blade within the blood fog. Lu Dou, who had lost the essence blood, his originally rosy face had instantly become pale white. He appeared incomparably weak. However, that pair of shady old eyes still sparkled with a bright glow. When Xiao Yan saw this, his eyebrows involuntarily knit together. Clearly, this dou technique of Lu Dou, which was called garrison, had an extremely frightening exhaustion on the user's body. Just from the point of the blood sacrifice, The degree of ruthlessness of this blade technique had already exceeded everything. However, on the other hand, although this technique garrison had an extremely great exhaustion on the user's body and might even harm the user's essence, the strength obtained from it was also unimaginable. Although the drawbacks of this killing technique were not small, it was still a kind of trump card that could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Since I created this saber strike garrison, I've executed it a total of 4 times. Moreover, every single time, it was when I was on the verge of death and on the verge of death, turning the situation around and forcefully killing my opponent. When these words of Lu Dou's were spoken, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yin in the arena or the group of half-emperor experts outside the arena, even Gu Li, all involuntarily threw a surprised gaze at Lu Dou. It was unexpected that this garrison was actually even more frightening than they had imagined. How could a person who was able to cause an expert like Lu Dou to fall into a life-and-death situation be a mediocre person? Even if that was a matter of the past, it was still unable to hide the terror of this blade technique. Being able to kill a half-emperor expert with one blade was sufficient to allow Lu Dou to do whatever he wanted among the half-emperor class experts. It is really unexpected that he actually has such a skill. Moreover, from the strange aura of his blade, it is likely that his words are not without reason. In this way, if they were to really fight, wouldn't it be extremely likely that even the old me would be seriously injured when faced with this blade technique? That Yin Xiao. The moment he thought of this, Gu Li's expression immediately changed intensely. If that was really the case, then Xiao Yin would really be in danger. Damn it. I really shouldn't have. Why have I become muddle-headed? The gap between a 3-star half-emperor and a 7-star half-emperor is extremely large. With Lu Dou's strength, how could Xiao Yin withstand this blade technique? At this moment, Gu Li's heart was filled with anxiety. He regretted actually allowing Xiao Yin to fight against Lu Dou. If this were to continue, then Xiao Yin would be in danger at any moment. However, it was definitely too late for him to intervene now. Thus, he could only wait. Wait for Xiao Yin to make the first move. Wait for Xiao Yin to be unable to withstand it. Then he would immediately act to save Xiao Yin. After all, Xiao Yin was the chief alchemist of his alchemist guild. He was also the champion of this year's Alchemist's Grand Meeting. Moreover, he and Qi Lin had a pretty good impression of Xiao Yin. It was reasonable for him to not allow anything to happen to Xiao Yin before his eyes. With a thought, he secretly raised the dou qi within his body and circulated it to every part of his body. He was prepared to make a move at any moment to ensure that he could respond to any sudden situation in time. Haha. I didn't expect that you would use the ultimate skill of your lifetime when I've only just met you. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad in my heart. Although Xiao Yin was surprised by Lu Dou's words, he still smiled faintly. Xiao Yin was confident that even if Lu Dou's blade technique, garrison, wasn't weak, he would still be able to block it by relying on his 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. After all, when 7 human-rank dou skills were used together and complemented each other, their might wouldn't lose to the full force attack of an 8-star half-emperor. I just didn't expect that you'd actually concealed your strength so deeply. No wonder Li Gan was defeated by you. His death wasn't due to your luck. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being too stupid. Lu Dou opened his mouth once again. His words were filled with admiration for Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin smiled and didn't say anything. However, the hand that held the heavy Xian ruler in his hand tightened again. The dou qi within his body poured into the huge ruler even more wildly. Broad blade garrison. After a long time, when the sky once again fell into silence, Lu Dou suddenly let out a violent shout. He fiercely swung the broad blade in his hand. The broad blade's hilt shot straight up into the sky. Lu Dou's body suddenly moved and rushed toward Xiao Yin. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Dou had already arrived in front of him, but his broad blade had already been swung into the sky. At this moment, Lu Dou was rushing toward Xiao Yin. If he didn't respond in time, he was afraid that he would leave a big gap for Lu Dou. However, just when everyone outside the arena was feeling anxious for Xiao Yan's body didn't move at all. His eyes slowly closed. An enormous spiritual strength quickly spread out and enveloped this space. At this moment, even the slightest change in this space would all fall into Xiao Yan's eyes. As expected, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. If Lu Dou's move was used against an ordinary half-emperor, perhaps it would really be difficult to deal with him even if the opponent's strength was much higher than his. However, facing Xiaoyan, who was an alchemist, this little trick of Lu Dou's was somewhat insufficient. The next moment, in front of the stunned gazes of everyone outside of the battleground, Lu Dou's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiaoyan, suddenly turned into an illusionary shadow and swiftly disappeared into the empty space the moment they made contact. Instantly, everyone present swiftly understood that Lu Dou's figure was only an afterimage. Since that was the case, then his true body should be at slash. A stern cry sounded. In the sky, the broadsword that contained a frightening doqi suddenly appeared to be controlled by something. The broadsword that was flying upward suddenly paused in midair. Immediately, the body of the blade turned and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. It faced Xiaoyan and violently chopped down. At the same time, Lu Dou's body also appeared. His hand held the hilt of the broadsword as he came in a menacing manner. With the broadsword in front, the strong and overbearing aura caused Lu Dou to be unable to find the slightest opening. This also caused the might of the broadsword in his hand to be even more frightening. The 15th fruit was indeed worthy of being created by Lu Dou Ning throughout her life's comprehension. This kind of unassailable overbearing might really shook one's soul. However, the more it was so, the more it stirred the overflowing fighting intent in Xiaoyan's heart. They were both self-created Dou skills. However, it was unknown whether Xiaoyan's 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, or this blade technique was stronger or weaker. Perhaps both of them were extremely frightening existences. Seeing that Lu Dou was getting closer and closer to him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little solemn in his heart. After all, he had only used the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler twice. Moreover, each time it was a long-distance collision. At this moment, at such a close distance, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This kind of situation was something that Xiaoyan would encounter sooner or later. Since this was the case, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Outside the arena, Guli's face was solemn as she watched Xiaoyan and Lu Dou in the arena. Her brows were filled with worry. On the other side of the crowd, a few human figures wrapped in black robes also revealed a dark gaze as they stared at Xiaoyan in the arena. Chapter 259. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed an overflowing fighting spirit. He once again tightened his grip on the heavy Xian ruler, as he let out a stern cry. His right arm suddenly waved and the beautiful heavy Xian ruler danced like a long banner. The huge ruler drew across and 100,000 feet long ruler glow shot out. Immediately, the color of the sky and the earth became one. The colors of all living things were completely covered at this moment. The majestic ruler glow tore through the empty space and violently collided with the frightening blade technique, Garrison, that was coming at him head-on at lightning speed. However, in the next moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan in the arena or the group of half-DD experts outside the arena, all of their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was difficult to imagine that this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's that was comparable to a high human class Dou technique would actually be so weak in front of the blade technique, Garrison. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Xiaoyan's ruler that was filled with power was actually forcefully broken by the Garrison, in an unstoppable manner within a couple of breaths' time after it collided with Lu Dou's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Dou coldly laughed. This Garrison of his had merged with the essence blood in his body. He had exhausted his essence blood as the price in order to form this blade. How could its strength be easily compared to a high human class Dou technique? Although the blade technique, Garrison, had not reached the level of a Ling class Dou technique, its strength was far from what an ordinary Ling class Dou technique could compare with. Even though this ruler glow of Xiaoyan's was a high human class Dou technique, it was similarly difficult to suppress it. Xiaoyan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He also did not place all of his hopes on this ruler. He clearly understood that just this ruler alone was far from enough to defeat Lu Dou. Therefore, 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, the second ruler. Xiaoyan cried out sternly in his heart. He once again waved the huge ruler. As the ruler glow shot out, another majestic ruler glow that was not the slightest bit inferior to the first ruler shot out. Lu Dou coldly laughed. Xiao Yan actually dared to use this move. Everyone outside the arena also threw regretful gazes toward Xiao Yan. Gu Li's expression carried a little nervousness as he stared at the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand. His heart did not dare to relax even a little. What the hell is this kid doing? In the next moment, the magnificent ruler light was already in front of the broadsword. In just a moment, the two would collide. 3 feet. With a stern cry in his heart, Xiao Yan once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. A ruler glow shot out. Just as the broadsword and the ruler glow were about to collide, the ruler glow merged with the magnificent ruler glow at lightning speed. With the addition of the ruler glow, the might emitted by the ruler glow once again soared. 4 feet. However, before everyone's faces could reveal a surprised expression, Xiao Yan once again waved both of his hands. The enormous ruler danced and the heavenly flame soared in the air like a fire banner. The empty space also repeatedly became distorted with it. The giant ruler swung through the void and a terrifying ruler light shot out once again. In an instant, it had merged with the previous 2 ruler lights. The already terrifying power skyrocketed once again. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately widened their mouths and were speechless. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was still waving the huge ruler in his hand. 5 feet. After another stern cry sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart, the enormous ruler in his hand once again cut through the empty space. The heavenly flame flew and the ruler glow shot out. It followed closely behind and perfectly merged with the 3 ruler glows like a wave. Buzz. With the merging of the ruler glows, the majestic ruler glow that was formed by the merging of the 4 ruler glows became even more imposing. A terrifying heat wave swept through the void. Even with the isolation of the boundary, everyone outside the battlefield still felt an incomparably terrifying heat at this moment. At this moment, everyone outside the battlefield suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at the ruler glow as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 6 feet. However, at this moment Xiao Yan, whose expression had already become a little pale, once again let out a stern cry in his heart. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame on it had already become much dimmer. A heavy tiredness gradually surged into Xiao Yan's mind. However, Xiao Yan still did his best to wave the enormous ruler in his hand. A mighty ruler glow once again shot out. He knew that just by relying on this 4 feet, he was unable to defeat Lu Dou's blade technique. At the very most, it could only cancel out the latter. If Xiao Yan wanted to completely defeat Lu Dou, he would need to use another foot. Only by going all out would he have the opportunity to completely defeat Lu Dou. As the 5 feet merged, its power shook the heavens. The terrifying ruler glow split the entire sky. At this moment, the fierce and overbearing aura was even stronger than Lu Dou's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Dou's expression finally changed at this moment. Lu Dou's grave eyes looked at Xiao Yan. A feeling of helplessness finally rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never expected that his most frightening killing move, which he was most proud of, would actually be thwarted in front of a 3-star bandit like Xiao Yan. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Dou's hand, which was tightly holding the broadsword, could not help but release it with great difficulty. Without Lu Dou's support, the broadsword could not withstand the storm caused by the explosion for even a moment. It was swept away and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground below. The remaining power of the majestic ruler glow bombarded Lu Dou's chest in the next moment. Receiving such a terrifying attack head-on, Lu Dou was seriously injured on the spot. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of Xiao Yan's 7th foot would be if he were to use it at the same time. Outside the arena, everyone's eyes revealed shock as they stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. That blade strike, which was capable of contending against an 8-star half-martial emperor, was actually defeated in an instant by Xiao Yan's 5-foot attack. It was so much so that it was defeated without the slightest leeway. After this battle, Yan Zhao's name would once again resound in the ancient savage city, fighting against a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor, and killing a 6-star half-martial emperor before the battle. With such a battle record, Xiao Yan, who possessed the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, could absolutely be called a legend in battle. A legend in battle. At this moment, the only words that the people outside of the battlefield could think of to describe Xiao Yan's battle were those 4 words. The dou qi within Gu Li's body was gradually withdrawn back into the vortex. On the other side, the few black-cloaked people also took a deep look at Xiao Yan before quietly leaving. At this point, the battle could be considered to have come to an end. Needless to say, Xiao Yan was naturally the final victor. Although he had won, Xiao Yan's entire body was exhausted. The dou qi within his body was completely exhausted. In the previous situation, even if he wanted to use the 7th foot, it was completely impossible. His gaze slowly swept across the half-martial emperors outside of the battlefield who still had fiery gazes in their eyes. Xiao Yan knew in his heart that although he was not weak, they would not leave the matter at that. From a certain point of view, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had even surpassed the importance they placed on their own lives. Of course, this could not be denied that there were no opponents with similar strength among these people. Those people would feel a kind of wolf-like greed toward Xiao Yan's strength. Perhaps under the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, the unrestrained battle was also the reason why they had come here. Cough cough. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to snatch the Void Lightning Pool invitation from my hands? Xiao Yan's gaze once again swept across the crowd outside of the battlefield as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this moment, his body was already unusually empty. The reason why he had forcefully endured and still spoke at this moment was to make these people in front of him feel fear towards him. From there they would know the difficulty and retreat. Only in this way could Xiao Yan reduce some unnecessary trouble. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at each other. However, no one was willing to step forward. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strength, there was already hardly anyone present who dared to have any other thoughts about Xiao Yan. After all, they did not have the support of a powerful dou qi like Lu Dou. If that ruler from earlier had landed on any one of them, it was likely that they would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, it was only natural that they would avoid it if they could. Although there was no change on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this, his heart had finally become much more relaxed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Excessive fighting would only increase the speed of his breakthrough. This was not good news for Xiao Yan, who was currently doing his best to suppress the dou qi within his body. Brat, the old me wants your Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling relaxed in his heart, a faint elderly voice was once again transmitted over. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to instantly change. The person who had spoken was actually a 7-star half-martial emperor.